Okay. Okay. Why do I have such a strange sound? Oh wait. That's why. Okay. Just waiting for the start. And I guess we start in 6 minutes. And then we're on a long ride again. Yep. This car would actually be perfect. And I hope we don't have that much mountains this time. The last one died basically because of mountains and audio issues. More minutes left. I may as well just clean the car. Three minutes. Two minutes left. Is that's why I changed this key for some reason. But this time we need this key. At least for the strategy. One minute left. I'm just waiting for the time to be at 2 p.m. to start. This was just to kill some time. But any second now we have 2 p.m. and then I can change my time again and start a run. No. That's not it. That's not it. Isn't this the same car that just spawned? Now I moved my window. Nope. 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 No. It's a diesel. That's good. Enough flat terrain. I can work with that. Okay. Come here. But I have. If you're really lucky, we also have relatively good tires, so I can save a bit of this polish stuff. Because we need it later for white wall tires. But I don't think we're this lucky. In fact, we have really bad tires. All of them are bad. Might even call for a restart if I don't have enough polish. Yep, that's a restart. No way this would have been enough for stable drive. I need not that much diesel cars. I want one with a gas engine. And a good radiator. almost. Diesel. Diesel. Sometimes it takes quite a while to have. This would have been a good start if I had Pannonia and not a beta. Could also be a speedrun strategy. How long does it take to get a decent start? Nope. Any second now. Car should also switch, and then I have to reset the time again. Yep. 4 minutes of time. Yeah. There are only two types of scenarios where you have really some stress in this run. First off, making the car ready. Second type, you crash. Anything in between is actually quite relaxing. Except perhaps when your neck starts to hurt, or your head, or your muscles, or just the whole body. If I have this engine, I don't have any saddlebags, and I need both of them in this strategy. They are not essential for a particularly fast run, but they make things a whole lot more easy. That's the problem. I need to spawn with the Pannonia bike, diesel Golf, and the radiator has to be good, and the tires have to be somewhat of a good quality, so I can clean them all at once. And if one of these fails, that's looking good. The run basically is dead in the beginning, or not exactly dead, but if I don't have clean tires, it will take me way more time to get to a next stop to clean it, because the car's spinning all the time. This is the wrong one. I in fact lowered the quality because I moved, and I don't know if my speed, but it's looking good. If my bitrate is high enough to support full HD, but this quality seems to work. But I'm also recording in full HD, so later this month, when all the recordings are uploaded on YouTube, there's a bit of more quality. The tires don't look that bad this time, at least. What? That's looking good. That's good. I take it. Okay, then we have just one more thing to do on the car. That's one. Two, you're going on one, you're going on three. And I hope this trick works with no issues, because sometimes the game makes stuff again. It's working perfectly. And 4 minutes in and we can hit the road. Not a perfect time for the beginning, but faster than the last time. Normally I calculate 5 minutes. Get the car ready. Yeah. The strategy I'm using this time isn't actually that much more or that different from the one I used for my old world record. But since I know more about the game, I have a lot more practice. I can reduce the time significantly. So, yeah. And I also have changed my, let's call it, real life strategy. So I don't have that much an issue of neck pain or a headache or tiredness. And I made the last week quite a few training runs, let's call it like that. But they were just for about, the longest one was 2000 kilometers. And I measured the time of different strategies. And this time I'm going with not the fastest strategy, because the fastest strategy is nearly impossible to pull off. But a quite relaxed strategy that still should beat my old record without any issue. At least if I don't have a map full of mountains. Mountains break every strategy. And right now we are hoping for a garage, or I don't actually know how this building is called. Looks like a small gas station, but a white building with a lot of tires in them. Because essential for this strategy is still to get 3 more white wall tires. And it would also be nice to have a V8. Wait a second, I can barely read the comments. There's a window in the way. I don't know, I don't run 5%. But I have some ideas for this run. Some ideas many would consider ridiculous, but we gotta do what we've gotta do. Yeah, the fastest strategy actually is Golf, V8 and 4 bus wheels, and your top speed is 340 km per hour. But as soon as you want to steer the car, you're dead. It falls over extremely fast. But technically, if you have a relatively flat terrain and a ridiculous amount of luck, it's possible to drive the road down with this build. Yeah, the last any percent I did, I actually used the normal Golf gas engine and 4 truck tires. But still, in that case, it's extremely fast. The car tips over immediately in a turn. The current records for 100% actually use 1 big tire. But in this case, the car is tilted the whole time for some degrees, and there you can develop a strategy to steer in both right and left turns without having the car tip over, because the car is anyway steering permanently in one direction. For 100 kilometers, if you want to stay on the road for the whole time, probably not, because the curvature is too much for the car. But if we say just staying near the road and you start with a flat terrain and you switch from wait a minute, no, that's not one, and you switch from automatic to manual, and you're going down to 3rd gear in curves, in mountains and so on, then it would be possible. Because if you go down to 3rd gear, you are basically just as fast as with white wall tires, and tipping over is not that huge of an issue in when you turn. Is this one? No, that's stone. But in this case, you'd have to get your hands on 3 additional good truck tires in the beginning. And that's an issue, because you only have 1. but with this one wheel you still get a decent speed. I mean, my goal was to make 100 kilometers in under 30 minutes, to have an average speed of, that's what we're looking for, to have an average speed of over 200 kilometers per hour. And I made it. It's a ridiculous strategy, but it works. And hopefully we get some good wheels there. I'd consider this good wheels if we were to do the bus wheel strategy. We don't do that strategy again. Not with the Golf engine, not with a V8 engine. Just uncontrollable. Do we get... That's one, I think. That's none. It's also not one. Good, in this case we need an extra stop. But I'm still looking for a garage, so... Oops, it's the wrong side. But I'm still looking for a garage for a V8. So, do we have any jizz on it at least here? Doesn't look like it. Good. Fuel. It's oil. That's good. We take that one. We don't take that one. Why we don't take that one? And we don't have a barrel of fuel here, I guess. Nope. Okay, sleepy time, and then off we go searching for a garage. Yeah. The average speed can be quite low relative to the max speed of the car. I mean, in my world record I had quite a lot of passages where I had over 200 kilometers an hour speed, especially in flat terrain. But the mountains grind down that average speed and then you're left with, well, something in the hundreds. But I'm fine if I get, well, 30 hours in this one would be nice. Everything below that would be amazing. And anything up to 36 hours. I would say still manageable without sleep. Is the car turning slightly? No. It's also a little glitch in this game. When you change wheels or tires, and they all have the same quality, the car still may turn and flip and so on. And in this case, just saving and reloading helps and the car drives straight again. I don't know why this is, but no one knows why this game behaves like it does. Yeah, a mountainless map is always good. The last one I did, I stopped after I believe 10 hours because first I had audio issues And with audio issues, I mean no audio at all at some point. And second was because for the strategy I used, this was totally dependent on the terrain, and I only had hills and mountains at some point. And when I stopped the run, I reloaded the game, but with mods, and spawned an UFO to just look for the next 100-ish kilometers if any flat terrain would come. No. What's there? Okay, I hope we get good fuel over there. I had 2 really beautiful test runs, and in both I had my setup after half an hour, in one, even in just 20 minutes, and my fuel tank was full, and I had enough fuel to refill it 3 times, so 160 liters of fuel. And with my strategy I use, or used in this case, this was enough for hours. Let's do this trick. It's a bit fast. Well, that's unexpected. Empty oil, empty Flöre. That's a good one. That's not right. Stay there. Wonderful. Okay, fueling up once. Empty oil. Well, we are going to need oil anyways. That's good enough. Empty Flöre. I like to refer to anything mixed with a low percentage of fuel. Flöre. Which is just a German weird word meaning, well, any undesirable fluid actually. Most of the time, disgusting beverage. Oil. Diesel. I mean, I already have 2 barrels of fuel. I'm happy with this ship. And I have, I think, 100, so I can refuel and refuel 2 times more. Then I'll take a barrel of fuel. Not fuel, oil. Oil will become a problem anyway, relatively fast. Because water. That's nice. Okay. Empty. Well, let's just take this one. Water will be no issue at all. I have more than enough. Oh, come on. Just hold it. Empty. Empty. At least the good part is if I have enough fuel in this boat. That's a wonderful ship actually. How much do I have now? 200 liters of fuel? That's not that good. Diesel, oil, tea, Alcohol. I mean, no matter how long it takes to clean this ship. If I really go out here with 200 liters of fuel, I can refuel 5 times. Which would be, with an V8, enough to... It's also a really good barrel. Where was I? I love this ship. And that's it. Wonderful. We don't need water. Why does this water keep coming back? I don't need it. I have 20 liters of water and there's no way I'm using more of that except I'm losing my radiator. Yeah, in this case I have a problem. And if I only find a bad radiator, it doesn't make things better. Even worse, because then I'm losing more water and using more water and maybe I'm out of water before I'm at the finish line. And let's hope that's not what's happening. Okay, I've not... do we have 300 liters of fuel? This took quite a while, but... Please tell me I don't have lost the road. Is perhaps a really lucky run. Okay. Do we have... I've already spotted a white wall tire, but do we have a V8? It's desirable. We have some... but will it suffice? Not there. Oh, okay, this one will... Wonderful. We take this one and this one and don't need this one. Just need to know where the road is again. That looks like the road. Okay, we're back in business. We lost quite a lot of time, but we have a decent setup. No V8. The question is, do we want to look for a V8 or not? In mountains, a V8 is actually quite good for saving time, but that depends if we have a lot of mountains. My car is turning slightly, so now this glitch should be no issue anymore. Where was I? Ah, yeah. in flat terrain, a V8 actually just saves 3 times per hour. But you have to refill your gas tank every hour with a V8. And not only that, you also have to find 40 liters of fuel every hour. And since you need more or less 2 minutes to refuel, you have 1 minute left to find any fuel. And that's not going to happen. Even if you find a ridiculous amount of fuel like I just did, down to 40 liters, it's not 1 minute. You need more. And so in flat terrain, the normal gas engine from the Golf and the V8 are basically of equal value. But this all changes in the mountains, where you need a lot more torque to get up the hill. And that's where the V8 shines. So technically a quite good strategy would be to use both the normal engine on flat terrain and the V8 on hills and mountains. Well, actually just in mountains, because this engine still is quite decent when it comes to hill climbing, but steep mountains are the worst. I'm just calculating how much time I've lost so far. 2 minutes, 15 minutes. If we get flat terrain for a long time, we could make this time back. I'm calculating with a average speed of 200 kilometers an hour, which is ridiculous, since just if there's one mountain, this number dies. But it's a good baseline to calculate where you should be, where you are, how much time you saved, because it's basically 50 minutes per 50 kilometers per 15 minutes, and it's just a wonderful number to calculate. And I probably won't have an average speed of 200 kilometers an hour. It's just a little help for the calculations. Oh, and also what's different to the last runs I did, except for the last run I did, I'm not driving off-road this time. The first record I did, and the only time I actually drove to the end of the road, it's bad. Give me that engine. No engine in here. Well. Driving off-roads and not driving backwards, at least not for too long, just saves 200 kilometers, which is an hour. And you have to live with way more crashes, since the large boulders only spawn off-road and not on the road. And especially in mountains, you also have more issues with crashing because, well, it's steep. And from all the 100%, 1000% I did, well, I only did one official, but quite a lot of unofficial. Staying on the road can actually also save time. Not much, not if you have flat terrain, but it can. And what's even more important, it's way more relaxing to drive on the road than off-road. The car's not bumping that much, you don't have as much you can crash in, and it's way more relaxing on the ice. And so I hope I'll have not as much an issue with my head and neck after 18 hours or something like that. And I just can drive smooth to Mama. And I hope she has cake this time. And I hope Mama is at home actually this time. I mean, it's not that kind actually to write a letter to me asking for a visit and then not be at home. I mean, I have to drive 5,000 kilometers to visit my mom, and she just is not at home. Well, hopefully this time she's at home. And hopefully we find a V8 sometimes, just in case. But it would be really funny if I did the run without a V8 and at a decent time. And I just see I've forgotten to remove the engine hood. We can still do this while we drive. Damn bunnies. The thing is, I've played quite a lot with mods in not the last month, but before that quite a long time, and I had a mod installed that removes all the rabbits. That was not a good idea, because I'm not looking out for rabbits that much like I did previously, so they might just hop into our grill and yeah, waste us. But I'm looking forward to the next update, which should be come out in autumn, because they want to tweak the physics and terrain generation from all I know. And hopefully this issue with concrete bunnies stops. But on the other hand, I mean, they are mutant rabbits, so they should somewhat behave strange, I guess. I mean, they also want to eat you, so... or at least kill you, so... yeah. Have to keep my distance in the eye, because my splitter splits at 100, 1000, 2000 and so on. which does not mean that I'm running for a 100 km%, because it would be just a stupid time. That slow. But just for myself, to know where I lose time and so on. And the first 100 kilometers anyway don't calculate well if I'm trying to get my average speed. Since I lose about 5 minutes to get the car ready, I lose even more time getting fuel, getting more tires, getting a V8 eventually, which I didn't this time, well, at least till now. So, normally I'm happy to make 100 kilometers in the first hour. Because anything less in 1 hour is also a good reason to restart, actually. But at this one we have seemingly 15 minutes time we lost at the beginning, so it's actually rather good. And for the first 100 kilometers, it also is important that I hit the right key, that I hit the key to split my time and not to reset my time. Because if I reset my time, well, the run's not dead, I can retime the beginning, and since the beginning is not that long, it's not a huge issue, but it's still... yeah, I don't like it. Okay. 75 and... yeah. Still the same time delay, more or less. Well, time delay, it's actually... never mind. My English is strange. Obviously. I mean, I call it myself some weird English-based gibberish. Okay. Okay. I have not a V8 engine yet. But perhaps this might change. But a V8 would be really nice for mountains. But I like this map till now. Very good fuel supply, fast tires. It's a bit hilly, but not too much. If I look at the distance, this might get... this could get mountainous rather fast. And if we have no V8 until we hit mountains, it can get funny. Or rather boring actually, because we have to drive up mountains at very slow speeds for quite a while. And we probably die a few times downhill. But at least this time I can use the safe load glitch to prevent crashes. I didn't use that in the first one, or the first two ones. There was a one before the world record run. But this one died at... what was it? I made a break at 18 hours or 17 hours in. Went to sleep and my PC crashed during sleep. Which was unfortunate because it was actually, for its time, also a quite good run. And the second one also didn't use safe load. And that one became the world record, and I remember I wasted 20 minutes or so at the one part where I had to drive downhill, and I saved at the top of the mountain, and I died every time I drove down this hill until I slowly and on the road drove down this hill to prevent any crashes. But 20 minutes lost are 20 minutes lost. And this time it's not coming back that easy. I mean, I had a V8, so average speed on plains of 220 kilometers an hour, downhill quite a lot more. But still. And I haven't seen a garage in the last whatever how many kilometers, so... But it doesn't matter that much anyway. I mean, I lose perhaps a minute for each stop and looking for an engine, considering braking, stopping, looking out and re-accelerating. Might also be 2 minutes. But as long as we have a terrain that's not that huge of an issue, that's an issue. And I just lost my radio. Okay, no radio today. And if I'm on it... So. And my lights, I still have them all. Well, 2 of them I actually can't even use. So... And if I lose a wheel, this is also not end of the world, since I have a spare one. Only losing the radiator or the engine would be horrible. At least as long as I don't have a backup engine. Oh. But it's kind of strange because I have 2 garages where I looked for a V8 and none of them had one. And the last ones I did all of them, I had a V8 in 20 minutes, half an hour. And normally right at the first garage. But this world gives and this world takes, so I have an enormous amount of fuel and no engine to burn it. So. No. But this would also be kind of a good game mechanic if you could hunt the rabbits and eat them. Because currently you just have, what, bacon, sausages, chocolate, croissants, and so on. But I mean, you could also eat the mutated rabbits, as long as they don't are infected with some zombie virus, I guess. Okay, we are now hitting 100. And I lost a little bit of time again. And now I have to have my eyes on 2 spots at the same time. And 100. Basically lost still 15 minutes. but we can get this time back eventually. But we also could lose more time. And we probably will lose a lot more time. Normally I calculate 1 minute lost per crash, which is, depending on the current terrain, not really what you lose. And sometimes you lose more, but still. It's also a huge problem with this car. If your left rear wheel is off-road, but all the other roads, all the tires, exactly, all the other tires are on the road, the car starts to turn randomly. But if the front wheel is off-road, it's not a huge issue, and if both are off-road, it's also not a huge issue, but if this one wheel is off-road, it's not good. Oops. Is a garage perhaps over there? Do I sacrifice my speed to make a stop? I mean, I lose anyway speed uphill. Let's just watch out. It's not even a garage, it's a white building. Was it called a bunker building or something like that? Is there actually a reason why it's called a bunker? I mean, it's not underground, so... Wait, no, that's a hollow one. There's no engine in there. But it would be amazing if there were one. That was also beautiful in the very first one I did. Just 50-20 minutes in, there was a bunker building and a dark blue, black, whatever Plymouth Fury in perfect condition. And I just had to swap wheels and the engine, and in this case also change my fuel. And I could just drive off and had everything I needed except fuel. You will never have enough fuel. But that's the only time this happened. All the other times I had to get all the parts separately. Bitrate stays as stable as it is. But since and bitrate is actually quite high, I could have streamed in Full HD, but I guess in this case, well, this could be more problems for the viewers if the stream doesn't load because it's too much and you can't scale it down. Do we have a mountain here? Oh yeah, one reason I am also driving on the road, I've reduced the render distance significantly, so my save file won't, hopefully, get as large. So if I have to reload and at 3,000-4,000 kilometers in, I won't have to wait 5 minutes for the game to load, like last time. And since this render distance is so low, it's also a better idea to drive on the road because now boulders are spawning even closer. And I'm just waiting for the bridge building to spawn. And I just want to drive underneath the bridge. And at the right time, right half a meter in front of my nose, a bus spawns across the whole road. I mean, an any percent without this issue isn't a good any percent, entertainment-wise. Well, is any percent speedrun in this game actually a good speedrun entertainment-wise? I don't think so. Uh, 8 minutes and we have 120, 8 minutes, these are... still not saved time yet, at least not measurable. But as I said, even if we don't have an average speed of 200 kilometers an hour, it's all good. I mean, I just want to beat my old record, so... And my old record had an average speed of 130, I think, including sleep. Wait a second. I have a calculator here. I have... No, it's 140 without considering sleep. And I just have to go through this curve so I can. And without. Okay. With sleep, I had an average speed of 111 kilometers an hour. That's beatable. Even if I make a sleeping break in the middle again, I don't have to sleep for 9 hours, I guess, to get my neck pain away. I hope so, at least. I mean, last time my neck still kinda hurt after the break, so sleep wasn't that helpful actually. There's a garage. Hopefully we get now what we desire. When did I lose my... Oh, never mind. No, that one does not have an engine. But that's what we desire! Give it to me! Give me this engine! I need it! I need it later. Stay, stay. Good! Now I'm a very happy Kernkraftzwerg. That took quite long to get the V8, but at least we now have one. So we can use it in mountains, I guess. If we get any steep hills and mountains. And if not, well, not. Because the V8 also makes the car extremely unstable in some ways. And this car already is relatively unstable at these speeds with these tires. Under these circumstances. Good, but that's definitely a bit of a time loss now. I have 6 minutes. No, 4 minutes. Yeah. 2 minutes off, I predict. So 2 minutes and 50 minutes. Which means in flat terrain I could get rid of this extra time if I just drive 6 hours lanes. I think we both know there are no lanes that large in this game. But if there were any of these planes, the strategy with the big wheels would be on the table again. And in 3 minutes we have the average speed for the first hour in, which should be quite slow. And in the next hour well, I should actually note the distance at 1 hour. Where's my calculator? So I know the average speed for the next hours. Okay. And this is the 2 stops. Just a bit more than 1.5 minutes. Yeah, it's don't. It's below 150, so it's definitely more than 50 minutes lost. But as long as this needle down there on the gauge is above 200, I'm quite happy. Is it just me, or has it become more difficult in the last update to determine if you are driving downhill or uphill or something like that? Means this light masts, lantern posts, whatever you wanna call it, don't need to be straight or upright or whatever. I actually also did a test one in the last version, and let's say the strategies were wild. Okay, 142, 112. Let's remember this. I had to I used also the caddy strategy like in the old world record, but I pinned metal bars on the car so when it flips it won't lose the how's this thing called? The trunk lid in that case, but it's not a trunk. Is it a trunk? I don't know. Because physics lock it doesn't work if you don't have a trunk lid in your trunk, so I needed this trunk lid to be there all the time. And especially if you crash on a hill and all your barrels roll away, that's not good. And since I didn't use safe float at this time, yeah, it was really bad if I crashed and lose my trunklet. But then the update came out and physics log worked on pallets, and this issue was no more. And now we ain't use pallets in or on the car anyway, so no issues with balancing or limited space in the car. Just relaxed driving and visiting mom. If she's home at least. And I hope she is. This antenna on the garage multiple times. It scared the shit out of me because I was driving downhill and the first thing you spot is this damn antenna, and it just looks like someone with a T in a T-pose. And then you think, what the hell is going on in this world where you have a random guy T-posing down a hill? But it was just this antenna. By the way, turn up the screen a bit. Even for a night it's rather dark on my screen. Whoops. These kinds of stones have sent me flying quite a lot of times. They look like the flat ones that don't do anything as soon as you have white wall tires. But if you hit one of these small little red stones with a tire, you are flying. So I avoid them. Calculating. Well, I think I'm an idiot because I have not noted what the oil consumption is with the normal gas engine of the Golf. This means I have to remember. Okay. Is it? Okay. No bus today. Oh, this time. This day is long, so there's still enough time to crash in a bus. But I think they really could add larger structures like, or not necessarily larger structures, like single buildings and so on, but like small towns and so on. I mean, they already have gas stations, diners, garages and so on. Why not make a small town of it? And I mean, it doesn't even have to have extremely high amounts of loot or something like that, but just, I don't know. It looks nice, I think. I mean, there are mods which add more buildings, but also in this case, They're just randomly scattered over the world, and you don't have many buildings in one place, like a small town or something like that. And I mean, of course, it's a game in some post-apocalyptic world, but if you have fully intact buildings randomly scattered in the world, why not more of them on the road, which would connect them? Even after an apocalypse, not apocalypse, even after an apocalypse, there should be some standing on the road instead of many scattered off-road. But on the other hand, why the hell do we have boat or shipwrecks in mountains? I mean, except for that we actually drive in the Atlantic basin, and the hills are just the Central Atlantic Ridge or something like that, which would resemble some mountainous terrain. It doesn't make sense why boats are on mountains. Or if there was an extremely large tsunami. How large was this one that happened during the KT extinction event? That was a rather large one in the Caribbean, in the Atlantic. But I think this one also was not that high. So what kind of earthquake do you need to make a tsunami large enough to put boats on mountains? Or perhaps right before the apocalypse, humanity was just extremely bored, so they brought themselves into the mountains. Because it looks nice to have a huge oil ship on top of Mount Everest or something like that. Still haven't made much time good as it seems. Wait, no, I have to calculate 7.5 minutes. In this case, yeah, still at the same time. And do we have rather flat terrain for the downhill a bit and a bit hilly, manageable at least at rather high speeds. But I hoped I would manage it to drive the whole track without losing major parts of the car, and Mom's gonna kill me again. I mean, losing a radio, you could just say, it was night, I was sleeping, someone mobbed it. But you can't say that because of a lost door. I mean, at least we have a nice cold breeze now in our car, since we have no door to close the car, which is quite beneficial in summer. Now I'm wondering, is was actually pronounced Teeterboy. Is he driving again in a snow biome? Because I never actually thought of switching off biomes. I always thought, yeah, you have to make the game as random as possible. And then I checked the rules and there's nothing about biomes and so on. And I always hated it to drive through deserts because of the cacti. Because when you go off-road once, your whole car is just filled with broken cactus parts and so on. And this was just annoying because you have that much more stuff you can crash it in deserts compared to the winter and grassland biome. And so I just also tried it out. And I also hope that there's some change of elevation depending on what biome you're in. So that, for example, in a grassland biome, which I thought of is more of a flat terrain, doesn't have that much mountains, and the winter biome has a lot more mountains, and a desert biome somewhere in between. But it seems like there's no change at all in this case. Okay, we have 2.5 minutes, and we have, I believe. Oh wait, no, what? Could be that we have saved 1 minute. Or my head is just calculating things wrong again. Which it does most of the time. But most of the time it's calculating quite complicated shit, so no wonder about that. And I just realized while I'm driving on the road the whole time, and I think I don't have to go off-road that much for the next time since I have more than enough fuel. At least when I'm not changing my engine. That I could actually also use this one for a new record for the 1000 km/h. At least if I'm fast enough to beat my old record. And at the current pace is still possible. The mountains will tell. Whoops. And I wonder how much I'm going to eat and to drink while I'm running. Because every time I did a speed run, I barely drank any water or ate any food. And that's not healthy, I believe. Combined with a total lack of sleep. Oh yeah, at least half a minute we have saved. To be more precise, even 1 minute and 40 seconds, that's good. I mean, if I get rid of this 15 minutes time loss for preparing the car, finding fuel and so on, and I managed to have an average speed of 200, which I probably won't have, this run could be done in 25 hours, which would be an extremely good run. I mean, that's 23 hours off my old record, but I doubt that it will be far off 30 hours, especially if we go near the end and save load will take that much more time, even if I've reduced rendering distance, and so my save file is a little bit smaller. It will still take minutes to load. And if I'm tired, reloading takes quite a lot of time, and because I'm tired I'm going to crash inevitably more times than right now. Yeah, let's just say that's gonna cost a few hours like last time. Perhaps not that much like last time, but still, it will cost. And I just realized I have to click something on my tablet. I'm actually listening to stuff while I'm driving, but since it's not license free, I can't play it in the game, and I actually wanted to play some license free and quite old music on the radio, but every time song changed, the game freezes for 1 second, 2 seconds, and this can cause crashes, and so I emptied the user radio whatever folder again. But I thought it would be a quite funny idea to have a race, and whilst you're racing nothing else plays in the radio than relaxing classical music because it's just so off topic. I mean, the best thing you could actually play whilst making a speedrun racing anyway would be, I don't know, some good old Eurobeat or gas, 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 and so on. But we are now almost 1 hour and 1.5 more or less in, and we still haven't had a major mountain. And I don't hope I'm jinxing it right now, but this might be a good map. Though we also don't have had a major plane. So the map takes and the map gives. And I don't know if this is just me and my biases towards this game, but am I the only one who thinks that the road becomes worse the further away you are from your house? Because I have some... well, do I still have them? Because I deleted all saves in the folder. Well, I have some, or I had some save games that were at around 2000 kilometers, and I think, but this might just be me, that the road becomes even more bumpy the longer you drive. But it's also just maybe a weird section and not a general rule. So, well, I don't know. This looks also like flat terrain. And I actually also could have built in the crash counter again, since I'm hopefully not crashing that much with this strategy and I'm wave loading. I could, just for the statistics, count how many times I'm crashing. I believe last time it was about 100 crashes, or around this range for the whole trip, but I only counted a crash as a legit crash if I had blood on the steering wheel. So if it potentially could kill me or the run. And some smaller crashes where I use parts but don't have blood on the steering wheel. Whoops. Nope. Sneaky rock. And there goes my half minute saved, I guess. But this one would have been a legit crash. And I think we're going up and downhill, so it's not even that much of a time loss. And I really hope that we save a lot of time from loading, because I'm not meshing up my save file that much with this short render distance. And I mean, since I'm not looking out for fuel, I even could tilt it down more. But I don't think this would be that huge of a benefit. Of course, even less data to be loaded, but on the other hand, if rocks start to spawn on the road but just a few meters in front of me, this will only result in even more loading and thus no time save. In the worst case, even more time. Yeah, we actually had an idea to put both streams together on a third account. So everyone who wants to watch both streams at once can do this, but doesn't have to load both streams. And the issue was, how was it? Either one of us didn't have had the bandwidth to stream both streams, or enough hardware power to render both streams. Ach yeah. But I mean, technically, you could switch between streams also, or we could not necessarily stitch both the streams together completely, but making a video out of it where both are how should I Exactly. So you have the same time frame, but you switch views depending on well, what's happening. And most of the time nothing is happening. Just driving, but especially in the beginning, preparing the car, finding fuel, finding the V8, finding tires and so on. This would be nice to have it. In this case it would be... Oh, well, wait. I had actually 2 starts. And the second start, which is this one, had quite a lot of reloading in the beginning until I finally had a good setup. But technically it shouldn't even... Oh, wait, but if you want to stitch them together exactly at the beginning of the timer, then you have the same issue because you can't switch views from me to him while you're both preparing because there's so much stuff happening at once. It would be better to have both views in one video. But after that, stitching together the videos would be quite easy, and there shouldn't be happening much at the same time in both streams that you want to stitch together in one video but can't because it's at the same time. But I don't know. We could stitch them together, we could find solutions. Or the beginning separately, hard cut the other beginning, and then starting just after the car left the garage. I don't know. Oops. We not going to survive with this? No. When you're just watching in the chat and an angry rock spawns in front of you. That's gonna happen a lot. Hopefully not too much. Okay, we have 1.5 minutes. Again, 1 minute or so of time. A bit more actually. And an average speed of 6 hours per 1000 kilometers. If I'm calculating this right, yep, more or less. Which is not a very good time, but we still can grind it down because we still have this defect of 15 minutes in there, which actually does not really count to the average speed. And maybe if we don't get too much mountains, we should be capable to, I guess, 5.5 hours perhaps for 1000 kilometers. It's actually a quite doable number. With a V8 strategy I've managed to make 520, and with this current strategy, technically there is no strategy behind it actually, at least not a solid strategy. But by using only the Golf engine, I've made 1000 kilometers in 5 hours and 30 minutes. So you technically... Okay, it wasn't on the same map, so it's difficult to compare. But theoretically, with these two results, you save 10 minutes with the Plymouth engine. Which is not that much, and each crash has the potential to grind this number down And I'm really playing here with the idea to drive a little bit slower perhaps, but safer, which can be beneficial in the long run, especially past past 3000 kilometers when loading times explode. Okay, on 3000 kilometers it's actually not that huge of a problem. They really explode at 4500 I guess, but at 3000 they still hurt a lot, the reloading times. Yeah, I've lost 20 seconds, maybe because of the crashes and the reloading. And now we're going uphill a little bit. Is it much? Doesn't seem so. Oh yeah, and I wanted to calculate when I need oil in my engine again. But when I did a Golf engine only run and I had a 3-liter canister of oil in my inventory, which I have also in this one. Shit, that is. This is going to not hurt. Okay, saved it. With 3 liters of oil, I should be capable to refill my oil 2 times. One time completely full from 2 liters up to 4, and one time just to 3 liters up. And this should be enough so that I don't have to stop until I have to refuel. And since I have 2 canisters of oil with 2.6 I guess liters, this should also apply for the next refueling and the next refueling. And if I don't change my engine, my fuel should suffice for 700, definitely more than 720 kilometers per fuel tank, or per 40 liters. And if I can refill my oil 3 times, and I have refilled it at the beginning, I have enough oil for this trip for 3000 kilometers. No, wait. A bit short of 3000. Oh, well. Does the engine consume oil if it's not on? But because I might stretch the time a bit downhill if I turn off the engine. Anyway, this trick should work quite good and for a long time. So my time doing nothing and standing around should be minimized. But I really hope they somehow and sometime make the multiplayer playable. Because if you have 3, let's say 4 players, 1 driving, 1 filling up the radiator if necessary and the oil, and 1 in the back refueling the gas tank, and perhaps 1 flying. I've lost something unimportant, but I'm still alive. one as a backup slash if it's time to make a sleepy break. This should actually maximize the speed significantly. Well, even a better strategy by having an additional player, but not in the multiplayer game, in a single player game, with mods and the UFO, who's looking out for shortcuts and communicating with the actual driving crew, so they, well, more or less can drive in a straight line to the finish line. This could actually be a wide project. But I guess if you rather fly high enough, you see a lot of the road, but not as much of mesas and so on to orientate, because you somehow have to tell the players where the road is. This might be more difficult than it sounds. Or, but that's more like a cheat once instead of a speedrun, making a modded speedrun. Because if you install the, oh god, how is it called? There's a mod that gives you a menu and you can change where your wheels are placed, so they are further apart. The wheelbase is elongated and so on. And with this mod, a bus-wheeled V8 Golf actually is drivable, because the wheelbase is so large, it doesn't flip over. It still has a tendency to spin, but it doesn't flip over, and that's the main problem actually. And with this setup, in ideal cases, you could technically drive down the road in 15 hours and something. But again, that's only possible with mods. Well, if we add the turbocharger mod also in it, but I don't know if the radiator will play along, then it should even take less time. I tried out once a setup with turbo loader, but I don't remember how fast the car went. It was definitely faster than 400 kilometers an hour, but I don't have the exact number in my head. Because with 400 kilometers an hour, you need 13 hours, actually 12 and a half. Not including refueling, getting the wheels, getting the turbochargers, which are even a larger problem. Is it actually a word? Larger? Largest? I guess so. As I already said, my English is not perfect. It's just some English-based gibberish actually. Don't like this. And we're getting close to 2 hours, and I still have not once rammed a... Okay, it's 280 kilometers for an oil change. Or, no, We actually changed nothing, we refilled it. So let's just wait if I have more plain terrain. That may do. Okay, back in business. Problem is, I think after half of the oil is used up, the engine also loses power. And especially with this engine, we need all the power we can get. But it's a slow process. So I don't know how much power we have with only 1 liter of oil left in the engine. But to be safe, I refuel as soon as I have this red lamp burning. Red lamp, red light. Again, strange English. I've somehow now a picture in my head of a red little sheep in our car, which would be cute. But it would not help at all in terms of oil economy. Can you even paint sheeps? I mean, technically it's just hair, so it would be possible, but anyone stuff like that? Well, but there actually are sheeps with red wool, just like this red, like red hair, red. Not, I don't know. This red. Okay, and we have in 16 minutes and something the next average speed in. And last time we had 142. Let's calculate a bit in the future. Let's take 60, that's a nice number. It's 53.5. Yep, we are quite close to 200 kilometers an hour an average speed. So I can't complain in this department. It's actually a quite good one so far. Oops. Oops. While perhaps no one is coloring their sheep, you can actually paint his rabbits in-game. I don't know why, it's possible. Well, perhaps I'm not in programming so much, except for well, laboratory data and so on. Not in terms of game development, but perhaps since rabbits come just like cars and just like poop in different colors. That was close. Maybe the code just handles rabbits the same as cars. And so since they have different colors, you can manipulate the color because it's going through the same logic? I don't know. So I don't know how long I can manage this, but I have one pair of in-ear headphones in my ears and one pair of over-ear headphones on top of them. The in-ear headphones are for the game and for, well, stream. And on the second ones I have music and so on, which I can play here. And, well, the over-ear headphones push a little bit extra the in-ear headphones in my ear and it hurts after a few hours. But well, technically, since I don't have any audio in this game except for the engine and our radio anyway when flying off, I don't really need the in-ear headphones right now. I in fact just used them because last time I had all the audio running on Bluetooth headphones and the batteries died. And since Windows doesn't really handle audio very well, when I swapped my headphones, the game audio still tried to send to the headphones I hooked on to load and turned off. But since there was no output, OBS couldn't capture any output, and so the whole game was silent in the stream. And this killed my whole audio in stream. And because of that, I have now some on cable and no batteries to go out of energy this time. Except for the headphones for music. But if the music dies down, that's not that important. Yep. We are going to have an average speed for the second hour of 200 kilometers if nothing bad happens. Maybe even a little bit more. And we need this little bit more because as soon as we have mountains, we're gonna lose time. At least time from our baseline. This would actually also be quite a nice tool to have if you could capture the distance you've made so far and put it in a graph, which also calculates your average speed so far. And you could play this as a nice little graphic in the stream. I mean, there are tools like that. I've seen one of these for, what was it, I think a GTA San Andreas speedrun, where they use something like that. Because the splits I have are nice in terms of you have certain distances and certain times and so on. But, well, in these 5 to 6 hours you need for 1000 kilometers, there can be a lot of stuff going wrong or going extremely well. And so you don't have any good data in between the splits. But a tool that calculates the average speed on the fly would be great, because in this case I wouldn't have to do it in my head all the time. Is there actually still someone in the chat who is watching both streams. How are we doing compared to each other? It's quite interesting. Whoops. I don't like bunnies at all. Well, if I now had a radio, I could... No, wait. Was it Übermensch Radio or was it Chat Till You Die? Or both? Somewhere the moderator, no, host called, the guy who talks into radio just says he doesn't like rabbits except for dinner. But on the other hand, they also say they get paid by their boss with dog food. But you can't find any in-game. You just have bacon, sausages and... well... no dog food. Okay, nothing spawning. But I guess this issue with vehicles spawning directly in front of you also is a little bit resolved, at least with my render distance I have in the settings. I had this issue once on my test run for 1000 kilometers with the Fury engine, and this was still with the maximum render distance. Maybe it's just that the game is somewhat a bit of overloaded and spawns boulders, rocks, dead trees and so on first before vehicles and items. Thus, if there's too much to be generated, there's no time, or not enough time to spawn the vehicle of a building at a good distance. This rock also was a bit sneaky. And... oh wait, no wait. We had 142, didn't we? And we have 6 minutes left. Yeah, should still make it. 6 minutes, and with this speed we should be around 20 kilometers. We need 342 to have an average speed of 200 kilometers an hour. We should make that. Even considering that I didn't remember or write down the what's it called? The 100 meters, this yellow number. And we're climbing again a little bit. I don't like where this needle is. I want it to be above 200 kilometers. Yes. Good needle. Good. Now I'm just planning in my head, when will I do brakes? First time I think I made brakes every 1000 kilometers. But when I did my test runs, I didn't make any breaks, and some of them went to 2000 kilometers. Or am I just making breaks when I need them? In any case, I should move a bit more on my chair, so my back and neck won't hurt this time as much. Just calculating. Okay, we're going uphill, that's not good. But I need 2 minutes at least to refuel and reaccelerate. So I could... Nah, this won't do the trick. To stop the car to safe load. So I have to get 2 minutes at least off this 15 minutes I've lost, in order to maintain the average speed of 200 kilometers an hour. And since I have to refuel each 720, I have 3.5 hours to get 2 minutes off, which should be quite doable. Except I have 3.5 hours in mountains. In this case, well, no. In this case, the time flies by and the road does not. I mean, the really good stuff would be if I could manage to have an average speed of 209 kilometers per hour, because in that case you could beat the game in less than a day. It's just between 208 and 209. I think it was 208.6, something like that. Wait, I have a calculator, so no, it was 208.33333333, etc., etc. If you have this average speed, you need exactly 24 hours. Everything faster, like 209 kilometers an hour, and you beat the game in less than a day. And again, this is doable, but improbable. Especially for the last 1000 kilometers, we probably will need a lot more time than for the first 1000 kilometers. But technically, if you have ridiculously fast drivers or a switch percent, and each shift isn't too long, and the time it takes to transfer the data, save file and so on, isn't too long, I guess for a swap percent this should be quite doable. Of course, still, this has to be a ridiculously lucky run to get all the parts needed relatively fast, including fuel, and after that everything has to work perfectly. But I guess this should be in the realm of possibilities. Oh, we have 2 hours off, and even if I took off 1 minute, because I have 2 hours and 30 seconds actually, we had an average speed of 204 kilometers an hour, which is actually quite close to the 209, but we ain't gonna try for that. I wanted to go for this strategy. I actually think I need the V8. I mean, I have enough fuel for it, for 6 hours at least. But that's only 1 minute saved, in a good case, per hour, so... Well, actually, 1 minute saved compared to this setup is still 3.5 kilometers, and with my current speed, the average speed would be 207.5 kilometers an hour, putting it really close. And if I were to reduce the amount, or not amount, but the distance I have to travel by going off-road, this setup might work. But again, I don't want to stress myself. It's just a little relaxed drive. I mean, we at least want to be, or we at least want to visit Mom in one piece. Because visiting Mom in how's it called again? In a coffin? Normally not a good idea. Okay, but if we can maintain this speed we have, this was about a minute. Was about a minute. I saved a bit more for the last hour, so well, I just wait until we have again 2 hours and 15 minutes, and then I can check how much time we saved. I mean, I expect 400 kilometers at this time, and everything we have above we can calculate back to time saved, and then we know it. That's going to hurt. Reloading times are also starting to hurt a little bit. And re-accelerating uphill, also not a good idea. But definitely, if it's nighttime here around, I probably have to reduce my chatting a little bit, and especially chat not as loud as I do. Well, I'm not chatting loud anyway, so I have to whisper in this case. And when it's night, I have to open our windows, so it's not as hot in here. Can't use sweaty arms while speedrunning, and sweaty hands, and sweaty everything. Could actually be... what was it? Last time I checked, I think it was 16 minutes. Because if I now add 9 minutes, I should be just below 400 kilometers. Well, oops, not again a rock. But again, if it does not get more, I just need 5 hours driving in the plains to get rid of this 15 minutes. And this not even in one segment. And if we're ridiculously lucky, we don't even have that much of a problem with mountains. But I know how this game works. Well, I don't know how this game works actually. No one knows, including the programmers probably. But we will definitely get mountains and definitely lose time. Maybe not as bad as we had last time, but they're definitely coming. And is this another? It's another bridge building and it's on the road. Should I attempt it? Or am I driving around? What's the terrain generation saying? Let's go around it. Fly me to the moon. This was a lucky jump. Does the car behave different compared to when V8 is built in? It should actually be front heavy and tip over doing a jump. Didn't I say something about mountains just a minute ago? Here we are. It's the big one. Hopefully not. But it's worth thinking about switching engines. Now the thing is, when I go below a certain speed for a certain time, I have to do quite a lot of driving in planes with excess speed to make up for it. And even while the 8 cannot manage to drive uphill at 200 kilometers an hour, it still can save in the long run a lot of time. At least average speed terms. Which is actually not time it is time safe, but we should not get the units all together and say it's the same. I mean, if we were just talking about having the fastest average speed and not determine a time frame, we just could put bus wheels on this car, put the V8 in it, drive to top speed and say I had an average speed of 340 kilometers an hour for a second. World record. That's not how this works. Would be quite boring actually. 4 minutes. Yeah, it's time loss. But we could get some of it back downhill. Or I crash downhill and lose even more time. This downhill. This downhill passage, I was trying to say, looks manageable. Problem is now I'm off-road, all dust is spawning. That's not desirable. Okay, back in business. But up here we have still rather flat terrain, it seems. Yeah. But up there, it's going up again. Okay, it might have lost 3 minutes compared to our baseline plus 15 minutes. 1 minute already was lost, so 2 minutes dead because of this mountain. Perhaps. I mean, I'm now a little bit speedier on the road, so perhaps we can reclaim a bit of this time. Is this uphill? Is this plain? What is it? I really can't tell if I'm in first person. Yeah, it's uphill. Yeah, this looks like we're losing 3 minutes or something like that. Which is fine. If we lose 3 minutes per hour, as long as we have planes who make or save 3 minutes again. Uphill again. At least when I'm driving slowly anyway, I can look at the chat and so on, because there's not as much of an issue to not spot a rock. And I also can move my back a little bit more. Right, back problems 2 hours in wouldn't be that good of a sign. Okay, we have 15 and 11. 11 is more or less 3 minutes. Okay, 2 minutes lost. Now the question is, what would the V8 have saved time-wise? Because if the Plymouth would have reduced the time loss to 1 minute, we still would be more or less even. But I think quite difficult. I mean, it definitely would not have come up this mountain with 200 kilometers an hour. So, definitely a time loss to the baseline. But how much? Question. I mean, that's the question besides to drive or not to drive. Looks like we hit 400 at 18 minutes past 2 hours, which means 3 minutes total lost. Which is still a good time compared to the old record. It's a very good time even. So can't complain. Might be even a few seconds more. And mountain again. Yay. But I promised it. There will be mountains. They will annoy us. They will eat up our time. But they won't break our neck. Hopefully. Or, oh yeah. 3.5 minutes time loss so far. Theoretically, if we have an average of 200, could still manage to have our first 1,000 in 5.5 hours, plus or minus. But again, depends if the god of the mountains likes us or not. And for this specimen, I think he hates us. 60. It's that slow. But it's also funny in some ways. There are cars that couldn't even go up this mountain. I mean, if you spawn with a Trabi, the game is more or less over if you spawn near mountains, because you simply can't get over them. And you can't upgrade. Well, you could build in the engine from the bug. But is this one? The Trabant doesn't weigh much, so it would actually suffice for mountains. And it's air cooled, so. But it has a quite high fuel consumption compared. When does this mountain end? Okay, another question. Will it ever end? Okay, this looks fine. bit of more plain terrain. We can walk with that. Yep. 200 again and going downhill. Downhill always is scary. Well, technically we don't need anything, but nice to get rid of excess time. And don't spawn any funny things right in front of me. I guess we have survived this mountain. No, don't flip. We have not survived this mountain and we have lost quite a lot of time now. That's bad. It's really bad. That's another 15 minutes. I'm dead. And we have to do the mountain completely again. Yay. Why the heck did he die immediately? I mean, I still had one crash spare, so... Or was it that enormously fast? Remember to save more often. But it's also somewhat of a strange game mechanic. You can drive in a rock, you have blood on your wheel, your steering wheel, and as soon as you crash a second time you're dead. But if you clean your steering wheel, you're totally fine. That's strange. It would make a little bit more sense to have your health reduced by a crash, and depending on how fast you crash, a certain amount of health is taken away. Which wouldn't make it easier, in fact it would make it more difficult, since health does not generate as fast as cleaning your steering wheel. But still. Let's make a little funny shortcut. This will probably not end well, but doing this kind of speedrun never is an idea, so but I have to remember to save more, especially in mountainous terrain, to prevent stuff like that to happen again. Because now our average speed is a little bit off. And in the worst case, I'm not going to break my 1000 kilometers record. Whilst still the possibility is there to break the any percent. But the really bad thing is I have to do this mountain again, and I probably still won't use a V8. Some people probably really are going to hate me to not use the faster option, but I find it funny. This might give us a little more speed. I mean, theoretically, without any time delays and an average speed, we should actually be at around 500 kilometers in the upcoming minutes. And we lost 130 kilometers, 50 of them from the last crash. Actually a little bit more perhaps. And again. Hopefully this won't happen again. But it would also be kind of boring if stuff like that did not happen. And it's also boring if you have all speedrun that goes immediately perfect, and then you don't have any motivation to beat your record because it's quite good, and so it's improbable to beat it. So come on, car, accelerate. Yep. Again in this short plane segment, then another hill, and then hopefully planes for a long time. Perhaps we even did this segment a little faster. So it's not that huge of a deal. But 15 minutes anyway is quite a lot. It's 100 kilometers lost. No, 50, not 100. And it would take 16 hours, actually 17, to gobble this time up again. Plus the time we lost anyway from the start. to reclaim this time would probably take longer than this run should go if the rest of it goes as planned. Well, as planned is relative in this case because there is actually not that much planned. I also find it a bit, from the options, bad that you can't simply put a second key for escape. I mean, I changed my settings so that I can drive with WASD and with the arrow keys. But most of the time I'm driving with my left hand, and the escape button also is on the left side, so I have to switch my hand position for an emergency safe load, which would be much more comfortable to do if I could set my escape button on the right side of the keyboard or on the mouse button or something like that, so I can always have a finger on this key. And I know there are programs so you can change your keyboard keys, but nee, don't wanna do that for this one. I don't know. Okay, just a few minutes and we're back at 100. Even still, we are more than half an hour off from our baseline, and it's probably becoming worse. There's this bunker again, and we should be on the next mountainside right around sunrise. Okay, the same issue, but this time on the other side. Just the rear right wheel on the road. And it still does not get in my head why this car behaves like that, because the rear wheels don't drive the car, it's a front wheel drive, so why? The next mountain, and in a minute more or less we are back at 400. That means we have half an hour, actually more like 36 minutes. Wait a minute. Bullshit, I save in planes 3 minutes, so 10 hours in total in planes, and I can grind down this excess time, which technically is in the realm of possibilities. Yet, well, I don't think so. this is the last mountain of this mountain biome, and we have plains again after that. So we can get to work reducing the average time, no, to get the average speed up again. We're about the peak. But it still does not change that much in terms of a 1,000 kilometer time. I mean, now plus 3 hours in the best case. Still somewhere around 5.5 hours. And if I am lucky, I even can bring down this number a little bit. Or this time. But we will see. Whether or not we have more mountains. Or more hills, or we finally get a nice flat terrain for a few kilometers. I remember I had quite long plains, except for the third one, in all of my any%. And just to drive for an hour also in a really nice plain. This mountain really tries to kill me. At least acceleration downhill is faster. This should also be... Yep. That's the part that killed us. Oh, don't spawn any thing bad. Much. Looking out for this damn rock. This one, I think. Should be around here. Or was it the last one? Oh. I don't know. 15 minutes died. We might get him back partially, we might lose even more time. Doesn't matter that much. calculating again. From the average speed till now, we shouldn't make 1000. Or we should make 1000 in about 6 hours total. But again, we lost half an hour. So we might still beat our 1000%. And still, even the 1000% is not the actual goal of this whole story. We wanna beat my last record from the any percent, which is rather easy with the setup and the strategy. So, all right. It's nice, straight the road. That looks like at least a big hill, not necessarily a whole mountain. No rabbit. I'm not planning on dying again. Dying is kind of boring, so... But actually dying is kind of fast, so not boring in that sense, but being dead definitely is boring. Was it just me, or were the audio bugs? We should make it up there without losing that much speed. Still above 100. One issue perhaps with these graphic settings, seeing whether or not many mountains or any mountains at all in the distance are generating, under possible being somewhat of, well, I just can't see a few kilometers before the terrain generation stops, so yeah. Now it's getting a little bit flat again. I really wonder if this is still that bad of a situation after the next update in terms of too steep mountains. I mean, aren't there any norms how steep a road actually is allowed to go? This can be... Nah. That's faster. We've lost anyway our speed. But I'm crashing relatively often compared to my test runs. Best thing I did was, which one was it? I think it was even the one with the V8. I had 3 crashes in 1000 kilometers. And compared to this one, difficult. It's anyway kind of strange because normally within V8 car tends to be more unstable and unbalanced. Or it was just extremely lucky terrain generation. I don't know. And the one I did last week, had quite a few crashes, maybe not as much as I had till now, but still. Wait a second. Just realized why the hell do I don't have any... I hate this new media player from Windows. Okay. It seems like I have to set every options manually on this new media player, and the old one just worked. The box. But the one issue is with the old one, when I turn off the screen on my tablet, the player also stops. Don't know why. The new one works, but it's a bit annoying too. Have to manage the settings. Might even have lost a bit more than 30 minutes. But we might be able to reduce that again. As long as this needle is above 200 kilometers an hour, I'm happy. I hope you can hear my total euphoria out of my voice. would be 39 minutes off, which would make it quite hard to still break the 1000 kilometers record. But again, nice to have, not our goal. What's my time for the 1000% anyways? It was something with 540 something. So if we're lucky and have 2 hours driving through plains and we lose 6 minutes and make the rest with an average of 200, we should come out with 5 hours and 30 minutes. But this last crash took quite a lot of time. And since the last time I did a run with this setup in private, I had 5 hours and 50 minutes and I had not such a crash in there. This might still be difficult. On the other hand, I had a little bit more mountains. But I don't know if they altogether also took 15 minutes out. Do we have still such a high speed while driving uphill, or is it just me? Still above 200. Minutes and seconds. Okay, we saved a little bit of time. Calculating right now, 125-ish kilometers lost. And before that it was, I think, 130. Which means, if we take out the lost time from the beginning, the lost time from the crash, average speed still is, even with the mountains, quite good. So if we don't make any more mistakes, we can be perhaps a little bit optimistic. But just a little bit. It's a long drive film, so there will still be a lot of crashes. And rabbits spawning directly in front of our car. Speaking of which, just taking a few seconds to save. Can't trust this game at all. If it stays just like that, a double peak, and before that hours of plains or semi-plains, more like a bit hilly terrain, and after that just the same, then this is quite good terrain generation. Okay, 1 minute left. That's a bit more than 125 kilometers. But in this range, so we saved a bit of time. Again, not much. But the road still is long. More than enough opportunities to save and lose time again. Is a new mountain. And I guess we have to refuel in the next hour or so. Not even the next hour, technically in the next half hour. Not refuel and fill up oil. And then we have again a little bit of time, and we will refuel and refill our oil at the same time, and also check our water. But the radiator still should be quite fine. Time again from driving uphill, but not extremely much, I hope. Again, a bit more speed. Not good. Not great, not terrible. much time is actually lost by skipping the night. You have to decelerate, sleep, while you're still decelerating, not accelerating and re-accelerating again. We should keep track of that, but since I'm not sleeping, measuring data can be rough. Oh, and we're again at 240 kilometers, more or less, which is good for saving time. Not so good if bunnies or rocks stumble in our radiator. We are again at speeds that tend to break my neck. Stone. Boost. There's another stone. And we decelerate again. It would be also extremely funny if you could just have one pair of wheels just off-road, driving forward with an extremely slow car, and just like with rails, it keeps the car. Wait, it doesn't. As soon as I have a left turn, it will shoot me out at the right side, and same way, or actually no, different way. Never mind. Stupid idea. Okay, new numbers in. 38 minutes lost. That's not good. But manageable. Still be capable of doing 1000 in under 6 hours. And probably right behind this hill there's a mountain rating saying you don't. This game is crazy. looks like nice terrain for now. But it would be really, really bad. In the next update, the developers had an idea, let's make the road even longer. Which would mean with the current rules, we were somewhat stuck with the current records, except we would change the 80% category to 5,000 kilometers percent or something like that. But I don't think they're going down this road. Okay, we have 10% of the whole road, meaning with the current average speed, we need 30 hours. Which is actually a quite good estimate, I'd guess. Yeah, that's beautiful terrain. Beautiful enough to save at least some time. Which is also a bit of a weird calculation. Technically, one could use planes in the V8 to save a bit time. 3 minutes per hour at least. But the problem is the refueling. So it's not a good idea to use the Plymouth engine in planes. Yet you don't know how steep the mountains are you're currently driving on with these graphic settings. So you want to save time by not using the V8, leading to never using the V8. That's also a good strategy. Yep, it's a diner. Oh no, it's not actually a diner with what's this thing called again? Where you can get fuel. Sometimes this thing spawns in the middle of the road. And because of that, vehicles also then have a tendency to spawn directly on the road. looks like. Still have a bit of a hilly terrain, not extremely. Still good for making up time again. Now, considering it would take 30 hours, when would the stream or this run end, or at least when will we reach the end of the road? From my time, it would be 8 o'clock in the evening on Sunday. Oh, that should be manageable. Sneaky look again. And there's still the question whether keyboard steering or using a steering wheel is better in this game. Just for reaction time, for safe loading, steering sensitivity, how often one does flip, etc. And since I don't have a steering wheel, I'm still driving old school with buttons. I really can't say anything about that. We need more data to analyze. Close. But I have a feeling that having played quite a few years GTA might help with the controls because it's the same way cars behave, more or less. Okay, they don't fall apart, but I see similarities. But can you recreate in the long drive this thing in GTA San Andreas? You could take a tractor and took up another one behind it, and then another one, and so on. And then when you drive in a curve, it's just like a whip, and it falls apart, and all of these tractors just fly around in the whole world, more or less. Could you do the same in this game with trailers? We have to check this one out, but not now. Sneaky rock. Wait, can't I remove this annoying circle in front of me? Before I scaled this circle thing down, it had a tendency to hide rocks, and then I was then flying again. So I scaled it down, so it's not that big of an issue or an obstacle. And then I realized you simply can turn it off when you don't need it. To break the 1000%. I mean, I have 2 hours and 20 minutes-ish left. I mean, if the terrain plays along, just a few minutes that I am not allowed to take longer, and I don't know if I can on average cut down on the time. I mean, for example, now I'm driving 220, which is 20 kilometers above the baseline. If I just 10 kilometers over the baseline, I save 3 minutes, so technically I could get rid of 6 minutes, plus making it possible to reach 1000 at 5:30. But again, only if the world generation plays along. That's the reason why such a bad crash. It's in this case not too good in the first 1000 kilometers, even if after 1000 kilometers the loading times are longer. If you also want to beat this record, or at least it's possible, it would be so much better to have this crash after 1000 kilometers. With an average speed of 200, I take now 2 hours and 15 minutes, meaning 5 hours and 37 minutes, which still should be faster than my old record. And there's again this funny bridge building. Driving, yep. I don't trust you. For a good reason, I didn't trust it. But okay, if we are lucky, this plane holds on for quite a while. And if we're even luckier after this plains, we have just a hilly biome and not a mountainous one. And then we can get rid of a bit of this at this time. Not by much, but better than nothing. This is some kind of boring chapter in planes. Not so much happening. It's good for the average time. Also might be a good idea just to make a small off-road trip. But I don't want to crash again. And I mean, because of 1 hour. In the ideal case. Isn't much of a reward. But a good question is, since I didn't have to make much off-road trips, I should be relatively close on the 5,000 kilometers that the road is presumably long. So it's quite interesting to see that number after we finished this one. Because technically you could also get the exact length of the road by counting these electric masts, because they are 100 meters apart each, so theoretically there should be 50,000 of them along the road. Oops. Weird things are happening while I'm trying to manage my audio setup. Okay, that's another oil refill. Do I make this? Yep. Needed this one. is closed. Is it? Now it is. Yeah. Okay. Next oil fill up when we fuel up, yeah. When we refuel. Also be smart to pour a little bit of oil in the remaining 2 canisters. So the strategy works all the time. Well, all the time, I mean for the first a little bit under 3,000 kilometers at least. No, we don't want to drive in this garage. Just checking up again if everything works as supposed. But OBS does not complain. So I don't complain. Sneaky rock. And it's so strange to see the screen on OBS while you actually wanna drive on the other screen. Is it even... is this no time delay? Or could you technically play on OBS? Doesn't look like that much difference to me. Actually possible. really doesn't make that much of a difference driving while watching the OBS window. There's something happening. Not again this one. Nope, don't need any offerings like that. But I actually could use some moderator. Well, technically, don't I have actually one? I should ask him. As long as I'm in plain biome, I actually can somewhat of communicate. Still have to have my eyes on two spots at the same time, but still. We come straight again, road. That went well. Part of everything. I need my wheel, there's my gauge. I don't really need that roof. It's even beneficial to not have it. That's exactly the wrong gauge. Oh, there's it. Okay. Whoops. Good, that was again a minute-ish or something of lost time. But okay. Not too wild. Good. And we have 600. And still 38 minutes that annoy me. Wait, do we even? Yes, we have. So it's still a little bit difficult to beat the 1000%. But still not impossible. So less looking around in the OBS window, less writing around or messaging around, and more concentrating on the road. Ideal case. I mean, even if we don't beat the 1,000 kilometer run, this doesn't matter too much. I mean, the 1,000 kilometer run doesn't need much planning to warm. Only one free day, and that's all it takes. And to make a really good 1000%, I wouldn't even need this amount of fuel I already have. And if I'd found that much fuel, I simply could use the V8. Should make things a whole lot easier on hills and mountains. Yet I had to refuel every hour, so it's still some kind of payoff. But 1 minute, theoretically, saved per hour, times 5.5, means 5 minutes and 30 seconds. And my best time was around... Wait, what am I talking actually about? This should come to the same conclusion as I already did a relative recent V8 1000 kilometer percent, and it was 5 hours and 20 minutes. And I didn't record nor stream it, which was kind of stupid, but I do actually quite a lot of runs where I don't record or stream. Is my time actually good compared to what's Steam name again? Wait, I have it in it. I can see my title. Wait, I see my title. Teeterboy. That was the name. There's so much Windows open on my screen. Is my time to him actually compared relatively good or not? I mean, it's quite kind of funny because we are racing against each other more or less, but no one actually knows what the other one does, what the other one's strategy is, because you can't look, because both are streaming. By loading another stream we would compromise our bandwidth, so it's kind of strange. I think we should have at least I don't know, have a voice chat open or something like that. But well, in the end, all we need are the results, so it would make it perhaps kind of more entertaining. But this is a really beautiful long plane. Okay, I said it. In 5 minutes we have the steepest mountain ever. Always the same error. should... Right now I refueled half the tank, so we should perhaps refuel in an hour or something like that. I think I remember that it took 10 liters of gas with this engine and setup for 180 kilometers, so 720 in total. But this was a measurement on plains and not with mountains, so might be a little bit less. Oh wait, I actually did not refuel that much since I had a boat relatively recently, so... or relatively early, not recently. So the number should still be in this range, so in half an hour or a little bit more we should refuel. I hope this plane will never end. It's totally boring, but it saves so much time. But I definitely should not try to message people while it's not only in real life a bad idea. Road. Even if I need 6 hours for 1000 kilometers, I'd still have 3000 kilometers for 18 hours, which was normally the time where I make a break. Or a sleeping break, I did breaks before that. Which should be enough motivation to do another 12 hours. I mean, the last 1000 kilometers are normally the worst in terms of time they take because of our friend and savior safe load. But still. But I definitely will do a tiny break at 1000 kilometers. And perhaps another one at 2000 kilometers, but we will see. Right, we don't... shit. We will definitely lose at least 2 minutes because we have to refuel. means that at least 1 hour, or not at least, but most of that what I can save in 1 hour dies for refueling. So I have only the other hour off, and it's not even an hour I have time left to save a little bit time, so it will be extremely close to the world record, at least the 1000 km% record. And I've seen the strategy similar, like I fill up my oil, but they go to the back seat and stretch out to the fuel tank and refill while more or less driving. I don't really like the strategy because it takes rather long to perform and you have a high chance of crashing, and especially how I store my fuel supply, I have no chance to perform this. I'd have to store a barrel of fuel in my trunk or backseat, and that will cost stability. And stability is one of the advantages I have, and I don't really want to lose this advantage. As I said, this one relies on consistency and safety, and not that much on top speed or much power or torque in terms of hill climbing, which is not the best strategy in terms of saving time or driving down this road the fastest. It's rather the easiest. Well, not even the easiest. The easiest would be to have a normal sleeping schedule, a normal life, and just drive if you have fun to drive. But that's not material to make world records, unfortunately. It should take me 100 minutes, just 1 hour, and this gets really close. And I think we're slowly going up the mountain again, are we? Or is it just, again, perspective? Not that much actually. So it might just be not enough for the 1000 km%. That's still very good time compared to the last one. Still doing what it should do. Okay. I really hope that my internet connection stays stable. I've never done a stream where I live now, so I really don't know if you can stream for the whole time. But even if not, I'm still recording everything, so we still have a video as evidence, but it will take again a lot of time to upload. Oops. And I hope that my audio is also acceptable. I mean, technically I also have all audio on separate, or most of the audio on separate tracks, but I have not that much experience with the MKV format, so... And of course my video editing program will probably not swallow the whole video at once, because I have not enough RAM, so I have to convert it again, and I don't know of my converter, but it should be capable to just compromise it but not change the number of audio tracks. Then I could technically make me louder or game louder. So no problem in that regard, I hope. Yeah, you have to be a little bit insane if you want to make the want to drive the whole road in one go. Or you have to have no hobbies at all. One of the two. But welcome to the chat and this insane one. But I really want to know how I'm performing against Teeterboy. I still have no number and no knowledge and nothing, which is kinda weird. But we will find out eventually. Hey, we have 666 kilometers. And I'm listening to Ozzy Osbourne at the same time. Coincidence? I don't think so. This one is blessed by the Prince of Darkness. Now I should actually gather some trailers and make a crazy train out of them. Yep. Again, this plane is so damn long. I mean, I like it. It makes the run so much more easy and I save so much time. But it's somewhat abnormal for this game to have no mountains for so long. Just thought I have had my HDD slowing down, but we're recording just fine, so that was also kind of an epic fail. I'm not that much into recording and stuff, so before I made my first attempt for the 80% speedrun, I calculated an insane amount of data space I'd need to record the whole run, and so I bought a rather large HDD with 18 terabytes of storage, only to find out the last one only took about 120 gigabytes, so a smaller one would have been also fine. Okay, we have 4 hours in and rather a bad time for the 1000 kilometers record. Anyway, one benefit is I don't have to mind for data space for how long this PC is going to last. And I don't have to mind deleting recordings and so on, because there is still so damn much space on this drive. But thank God this HDD was, for its amount of space, not even that expensive. I mean, it was expensive, but not, I don't know, extremely expensive for this size. And had never any problems with it, and it had quite decent ratings, so I'm saying that, and perhaps my PC will just explode in 5 minutes or so. I know my luck. Or I'm just flying. Oh, I'm not. Was this now a sign of good luck or of bad luck? I mean, I ran into a rock, but I didn't fly off that much, and I didn't have to reload, so what is this? But it would be so funny if you could build a plane in this game. I mean, the V8 should actually have more than enough power to drive a plane. And if you could find, I don't know, propeller parts or something like that, this would be extremely funny. I mean, it's not what the game's intended for. I mean, it's called the long drive for a reason, not the long flight, but just the capability to do so, this would add a completely another layer to this game. Well, literally a third dimension. No, but I really thought if you would combine my summer car and the long drive and add something around it, that would be such a great game. That you had to really build your car from scratch. You had much more parts and so much more possibilities to change your car. For example, I think it was on Reddit, a question what they should add to the game, and I think you had to vote for something, and one thing was to have more freedom to modify your car, and my idea was, why can't we put an axle of a truck in a normal car? Because if I had the wheelbase from a truck on this car. And truck tires, the car wouldn't flip that much, which again would make the strategy to go with a bus-wheeled Golf and a V8 so much more appealing, because it would actually be of some use again, finally. Technically in plain biome, this strategy actually works somewhat. Only hills and mountains are a problem, and even there one can do stuff like switch to manual instead of automatic, have more control over speed, and then it's somewhat doable, but still not recommended. Should be on 1000 in 1.5 hours. If all works and I'm still in the plain biomes till then. I mean, if I come near my last 1000% record, would already be awesome. But beating it, that would be, especially calculated upwards to the any percent, that would be so good. Just as a baseline for what you can do in 1000 kilometers, or how fast you can drive them. And I mean, the main problem is, in my opinion, in this game, or this speedrun category, you get tired at some point, which means you're gonna crash more, which means you're losing time, which means you have to stay awake even longer, and it's some kind of a, how's it called in English, a devil cycle? At least in German we would call it like that. Or a spiral? I don't know. That's the issue I've seen in my runs, that the first 1000 kilometers are rather fast, the second also quite fast, and after or to the 3000 kilometers it takes more and more time. And I hope with this better safe than fast strategy I can reduce the amount of crashes significantly, and resolving this problem a little bit at least. Perhaps we can make a 5:38 out of it. If we stay at an average speed of 200 kilometers an hour, we can stay in the plains and have this extra 8 to 10 kilometers an hour. Save a few minutes. Won't make much of a difference, but good to have. And my stomach is rumbling. Should I refuel myself? Oh, and I see our fuel is anyway running out a little bit. I think I also should make this so I can refuel faster. Mom will kill me. This is what I do to my car. I mean, in this case, where I just have a few minutes, it might be good to cut down as many seconds as possible during refueling. Or I'm just... that's dangerous again. Or I'm just looking up my current world record. So I know what I'm racing against actually. It still is. Stomach, shut up. You're getting refueled, but not now. That stomach noise. Oh, come on. No, I don't want to drive off-road. I want to look up my record and still have an eye on 1000%. Oh, okay. It's actually 5 hours and 45 minutes, so I've calculated 42 minutes, so 3 minutes of extra time. And since I still have 1 hour, actually so even 1.5 hour more or less, I still could get 4.5 minutes if I'm lucky. Yep, that's the oil lamp. Again, oil lamp. Oil lamp, I don't know. Oil light bulb. The oil photons, so. But we are filling up our oil as we fill up our fuel. Which might take, well, it's just 2 liters, so this is done relatively fast. But so far I really can't complain about this world and this run, except for my stupidity in not saving and losing 15 minutes because of rock and instant death and, well, yeah. The long drive doing stuff again. Speaking of which, better safe than sorry. This game really needs a hotkey for fast save. I mean, this would again bring the issue with itself, like in autosave, where you have a small picture that it's saving, but the game freezes for a few seconds, and depending on how much save game has to save, it takes a few seconds, and if you're not careful, it will send you in the next light post. But when you are not relying on autosave, which comes not exactly random, it still comes in certain time frames, but when you are saving yourself, it's more predictable, obviously, so this just might be not a huge issue, especially when you save on straight parts of the road. Actually so much this game could do, but on the other hand, I think the essence of this game also is that it is strange, has a difficult physics engine, if you wanna call it that way, and that it's just weird in some way. And if this game would have a perfect physics engine, no bugs, no glitches, no issues, no whatever, would it be the same? I mean, Skyrim would definitely be the same if you couldn't ride up a hill that has, I don't know, 80 degrees angles or stuff like that. Oops, there's again a bus stop, but nothing to spawn. But I'm wondering, is my strat actually more feasible off-road? But with the disadvantage of having what's it called again? A larger render distance. Oops, that was close. I guess I have to wait till I have enough kilometers so that safe load is getting painful again. Because if I still have 4 minutes of loading time after 4,000 kilometers or something like that, there wouldn't be much of a benefit to have the render distance so short. If they fix this issue where your save files get so large in the next update, this would also make the any percent so much more easier. Because if you just have, I don't know, 1 second for loading or 2 seconds, you could use the V8 all the time, pressing your gas pedal down as much as it's possible. And if you are losing control, just save load. I mean, the V8 has so much power, a few seconds back up on 200 kilometers an hour, so it was actually also a strategy I had in mind, using the V8 early on and switching to the normal gas engine later in the game, just to have the first half, for example, fast and the second one safe. And then I made the calculations that especially on flat terrain the V8 doesn't have that much of a benefit. And then I had an idea of just looking how far can I get and how fast, especially with the normal engine, which is actually quite fitting for my record series, because the 100 and 1000% also didn't have the V8. They had a bit different strategy. 2 normal tires in the back, white wall tire front right, and the bus wheel front left. But this has other issues. So I'm just calculating again, but no, it would be a stupid idea. I could have probably beaten my old record with this setup, but it would be a living hell, especially after a few thousand kilometers, because the strategy has a huge problem with tilting and spinning. And I've seen this in the 1000% run. Wave load became a huge issue, especially in mountainous terrain. On flat terrain, this strategy actually doesn't have that much problems. But especially in hills and mountains, it's difficult. And doing a whole trip with this strategy, certainly possible, but especially after 3,000 kilometers, all but enjoyable, and any percent is all but enjoyable from the beginning. So we have 3/4 of the 1000% soon, which means if I calculate a third, what are 220 in minutes? Certain death probably, but I've seen you. No, that's not a gauge, but that was my gauge, was it? Yep. I need that one. That's all good. Didn't this fall off earlier? I hope we don't get this strange glitch where parts are duplicating. Okay, that was the second heavy crash, but still survivable. And whilst I'm not at full speed, gas, come here. Reducing the amount of barrels I'm carrying around. I love this so much that no one ever had an idea. Well, you can put saddlebags in your inventory and you can put saddlebags everywhere and you can put nearly everything on pallets. That no one ever thought of putting pallets, loaded pallets, into inventory. I guess this will also be fixed at some point. Oil, need you in front. Getting this one full. This is water, this is gas. Do we have Plörre? We have Plörre. We just need 96% of pure fuel. Which also will need some time, because now I have to get another fuel barrel, but with this strategy at least I can make use of more fuel. This will certainly take more than 2 minutes to refuel. Good, get down again on, yep, that's what I want. So. And do we have everything? Wait. We need this one at least. No, that's not it. That's it. Okay. Now I need 1 hour and a quarter. We're still good in time though. We don't have lost much of our parts. Didn't check the water, but that's more than enough. Good. We still might beat our 1000% record. Close, but doable. Again, it would have been that much more spectacular though if I didn't had this particular instant death crash, but can't win all at once. But at least I have planned in here a few surprises, and having the 1000% would certainly be a welcome one. Yips. No bunny. Still doing fine. I just see my second screen is dirty as hell. I cared about cleaning my primary screen, but not about my secondary screen. I mean, how often do you look on your OBS window by streaming? Actually, quite often. Get back on the road, please. Perhaps I should have used, or I should use another title for this stream. Not Racing Tuman, but Kaffeefahrt Tuman. I mean, it's fast. We are driving at 210 kilometers an hour, but it looks so slow in the terrain. Especially if you have experimented with the bus wheel V8 and Golf setup, where this electric masts just fly beside you. I mean, you're 50% faster. Wait, in this setup even? No, not totally. 100 and it's a bit faster in this case, is it? Or are my mathematical areas in my brain again stuck with time and kilometers? Let's just say 360 kilometers an hour, no, 340 is a little bit faster than 210. Bunnies. Is there actually a difference between the biomes in terms of spawn rate for bunnies? Are they even rabbits or are they hares? Do they have long ears and long necks or short ones? They don't have hazel eyes. They have red ones, so... And actually I have seen rabbits with red eyes, so... But they also had white fur, so... I don't think this is the normal case in wildlife. has to fill up the oil canister. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Problem number 1, getting to 1,000 kilometers, and then we have more than enough time to beat my old record for the 80%. Especially if we have such a beautiful terrain. I mean, I'm driving now for 4.5 hours. I had 2 mountains, both of them behind each other. And before I had hills, and after that I had hills, and after that I had plains. And I'm still in plains, and I'm still not seeing any mountains at all. So I'm quite thankful that we will see more plains in the future, even if we have mountains in between and so on. I mean, the last time it was just hills and mountains and hills and mountains, and I think I had 1 or 2 small plains scattered in between. But this is just beautiful. It would actually be a great idea to note the seed for this map and use the same, not the same strategy, but visiting the same garages, boats and so on, but using the V8 as soon as I have one. Just as a comparison. Of course, this wouldn't be an official speedrun since it's not a random seed, but just to see how much time I gain or lose with either engine. But I think I will post my time for 1,000 kilometers on the Speedrun Discord to have somewhat of communication in this race. And then I make a little break, grab something to eat, and probably I will eat while I'm still running, so this might be a little bit a silent segment because I might turn off my microphone for this. Except you want to hear the sound of work on ceramic and some noises of how should I describe this consistency? I don't know. How can you describe the sound noodles and sauce make? A new format, Speedrun plus RSMR. Yeah. ASMR. I should really train my English alphabet again. Okay, but we have 6 minutes. I lost a bit of time again for the refueling, but it's 1 hour and 6 minutes till 1000. Question is, and I think if I see the horizon there, I don't think we will have these planes for another hour. There's again this suspicion suspicious bridge building. I'm not keen to drive underneath. Even though this time it wouldn't have made a difference. Is there again one? Are you kidding me? I mean, from all buildings in this game, I think the bridge building is the most useless. Of course, they can, and trucks can spawn there, but in terms of loot, nah, not really much. And the huge issue, you can... Oh, it's not on the road. You can have the problem on flat terrain, just that a bus is spawning right in front of your radiator. But even worse, in mountains, the terrain generation doesn't quite enjoy this building because it's in two separate parts. And you have to... I should describe it. Instead of the road going smoothly under the bridge building, there's some dirt on the right and the left half of the road, and it touches. So there's no way to drive over this dirt without flying off. Especially if you're driving at a certain speed, like speedrun cruising speed. And I even had a problem. This was one of these few incidences where I actually drove a Trabant, where my Trabi simply got on these two earth things. I will answer that later in my break. We still have quite a few kilometers on the plains, as I see. But I have a feeling it's going slightly uphill. I mean, if we're switching not into mountains but in hills again, no problem. The time I lose driving uphill, I normally gain driving downhill. It's not too much of an issue, but still plains are best terrain with this kind of run still. But technically, if I can maintain my speed, I could now already say I just need 1 hour. Actually, 59 minutes only, so 9 minutes faster than the old record. But again, we will see. Only when I hit my split button, I know how fast I was for the first 1000 kilometers. And then break time for a few minutes. And everything after that doesn't have that much time pressure on it. Especially since I have 4000 kilometers left where I can drive with a relatively high speed and save time again. I mean, from the baseline I've lost 39 minutes. And 30 of those actually it still should be possible to beat the 1000 kilometers in under 5 hours. Of course, this would mean ridiculous luck in terms of finding the starter fuel, it's not a fuel, the V8, fuel and tires, but I'm calculating in my head again. If you presume 15 minutes lost for getting the car ready, finding the Plymouth engine, finding fuel and tires, and an average speed. Average speed is difficult with the Fury engine because it makes 220 in flat terrain, and in mountains it's a bit of a wild card. But let's say 210. 10 kilometers an hour faster than this setup. Then 5 hours on driving, meaning 50 kilometers off, which is exactly to the baseline of 200 kilometers an hour. 15 minutes, which is what is lost in the beginning. Sounds possible, but on the other hand, the time lost in mountains also would have been, if I have a plane just like this one, which seemingly is endless, and I save an extra 10 kilometers an hour, is this enough to make up for the time lost in mountains? I mean, the V8 doesn't have this much of a time loss in the mountains because it has such so much power. But again, we have to refuel every hour, have a higher oil consumption. I don't know how the radiator... I haven't refilled the radiator once in this one, except for in the beginning. So, will the Plymouth engine, or a boat, similar? I don't know if water loss is dependent on temperature. I mean, of course it is. If the engine temperature goes above what the radiator normally can handle, the cooling water evaporates and is lost, so, but under normal circumstances doesn't perform any different or not. It's just like water dripping out. Because in that case, it just is higher fuel and oil consumption, but water is not of concern for 1,000 kilometers. That sneaky little rock appearing while I'm drinking. Really, I have to, after this whole one is over, and this one will still take a while to complete, I really have to go into recordings and check out how damn long this plane is. This plane is going to last a little longer. just an hour or so, I'd be very happy. Now looking again on my timer. One hour and 180 kilometers left. I have an average speed from now of 180. I still would beat my old record probably. So a hills biome wouldn't be a huge issue. Mountains though. My fuel reserves, they should definitely still hold up until I'm at 1,500. Perhaps I've to stop earlier for an oil change, but it's 1 liter of oil. It's not even a liter of oil I'm missing, so I can fill up oil once and a little bit, and 1 liter of oil are 180 kilometers, I think, was it? No, wait, 140. So perhaps it's still enough. That oil and gas run out at the same time, so I have only to do 1 stop. If not, and I see a significant drop of power in my engine, then I have to refuel earlier, which is not a huge issue. I mean, if all goes smooth, I'm refueling 7 times, and the last time I refuel doesn't even have to be completely full, at least for the 5,000 kilometers, considering we drive exactly 5,000 kilometers. Okay, we're leaving our beautiful plains biome, and it seems like we're going in a hilly biome. Still not a problem. At least if it's not mutating into a mountain biome. Then I'd be a little bit mad. But just a tiny bit. Well, as mad as a subatomic particle can get. I don't like what I see. Not even that terrible right now. $170 kilometers to go. I have kind of a strange number in my head, but it doesn't fit anything. Wait, no, it does 50 minutes. I just tricked myself again. Okay, we get our speed back from moving uphill, and now we lose it again. Okay, we don't move up that hill. also a good question. How steep can this angle get while driving up a hill without the engine losing so much power so it does not reach max RPM? Because in that case we could do a little physics again and calculate what would be the perfect terrain generation, like driving slightly up a hill that doesn't change much on the engine performance but gives you height, and in the end having quite steep angle downwards to accelerate, and then the proportions between those. But of course totally depends on whether or not there is such a thing as an angle where you still have full engine power or maximum RPM, yet still elevation gain. So it shouldn't be a trivial angle like 0. Now we lose a little bit of time again, but it goes down again. So it still looks kind of good. Problem is, in more or less 3 minutes I'm at 850, which means I need 45 minutes for the remaining 150 on a base speed of 200, which still would be a record, but it gets so damn close. But on the other hand, it would be also kind of awesome just to barely beat my record. Which would mean that while this setup still is superior, this totally range 3 types of wheel setup still is quite awesome. Just in case. Oh, he already has saved. Just wasting a few seconds. Might save 8 minutes for the record, but if I see these mountains, hills, do they qualify as mountains? That does not look nice. Will we still use the normal Golf gas engine? Probably. Doesn't look that steep actually. And I hope that Captain, whatever his name is, didn't park his boat on the road again. I mean, parking on the road is, in some cases, hinted. Why are you parking your boat on my road. And technically, if it were allowed, something like that could be used to catch an UFO and just fly to the end of the road. Would just take from here on a little bit over 4 hours. So, yeah. Any percent in less than 10 hours. But it's not allowed. The rules say it has to be a motor vehicle powered by its own power. Which means that walking and using the better as a bicycle also is not allowed. I mean, I don't think anyone would do something like that. I don't know what top speed is by just walk, but it definitely would take a while to get to the end of the road by walking or using a bike. But this idea is actually that stupid in some ways that I believe that someone will eventually pull this off. Not in one segment perhaps, but in many segments. I don't know. Nice new category, walk percent. Okay, do we get still uphill? Okay, this will now get really close. Which means that probably this instant death crash killed the 1000% record. But still, very good time. But memo to myself, next 1000% run, perhaps V8 again. I mean, just in case. I beat the current any percent world record with this strategy, and I also have a faster time than Teeterboy has in his run he does currently. We already have this joke with the normal gas engine of the Golf is better than the V8, because except for swap percent, every major speedrun discipline, meaning any percent, 1000 and 100%, is currently performed best with a normal gas engine. Which does not mean that especially 1000 and any percent are the, have the fastest strategy with a normal gas engine. Still. Okay, we get a bit of our speed back and lose it again when we drive up there. This one had blocked out a little bit more of the road. We'd have a problem. So now, hopefully, shenanigans. Again, pressing a little bit on my audio. And we still get quite fast. Ideal case, and we don't have ideal case in this terrain. So, what am I bothering calculating? Just to make the 5 hours full. Good. Which means we are 135 kilometers off our baseline. Or a few minutes more than a half an hour. A bit closer to 45 minutes. Which still is good, because in this average time we still make this run in less than 30 hours. Yet we don't know how much time we lose for future save loads, and we have to consider this half hour of totally wasted time, which means that our average speed actually is a little bit faster. I could calculate what my average speed right now in 5 hours is not very good. Yeah, 174 kilometers per hour, which is on itself. Wait, what was it again? I need for 5,000. Second. Oh no, I need for 30 hours 166.6 forever kilometers an hour. So even with this wasted time, there's still a good chance to be below 30 hours. Which does not mean that we will make this one in less than 30 hours. Especially if I consider this bumpy road right here, which makes steering a little bit impossible. Does it even make sense? A little bit impossible? What was that? We also didn't have any UFOs so far. Last one I did, or not an official one, training one, I had 2 UFOs. One for each 1,000 kilometers. Okay. Ain't gonna... Are we? We aren't. Yeah, safe load gets painful again. And diminishes our hope to get at least this record. Well, actually, not that much time was crashed down here, so about 40 minutes time left for 125. Which still is possible. least on our speed in the plains, but not in this terrain probably. Full mountain biome, so probably nope, we ain't gonna break the 1000 kilometers per cent this time at least, but that's not our goal here. Perhaps a side quest, but not the main quest line. If this mountain biome ends rather soon, there's still a chance. 100 kilometers can be done in half an hour, and I just need 20 more, so if then it's really close, and I doubt it. Nope, it's going uphill there again, so no chance. Which still makes the instant death crash a little bit more painful. But still good time. Better safe than sorry. All we can hope for is another huge plain biome after mountains and hills. I mean, at least if this game would generate terrains in such kind of system with alternating biomes, like plains, hills, mountains, hills, plains, and so on, would at least make calculations much more easy. Ahead. Seed might qualify perfectly for this other strategy I used for the 1000%, because of this huge plane. The one bus wheel strategy performs excellent if there's no change in altitude. And the top speed is also much higher than in this setup. I don't think it was above 300, but definitely above 240, which is even out of range for this setup. And the fuel consumption extremely low. one of the most fuel efficient cars actually is Golf and bus with, I think it was 3.5 liters per 100 kilometers. Only the better engine, and I don't know about the Pannonia engine, have a lower fuel consumption, but they also have way less power. Okay, bumpy downhill terrain again, I guess. Followed by uphill. Don't do this to me. Terrain generation doing things again. Really epic fail would now be to have again an instant death crash, not saved for don't know how long. Instead, just looked like a weird water tower. Probably an Italian one, slightly tilted, where no water is actually stored in, but bells. Road going on the side. I have a bad feeling about this. Oh. Actually not bad at all. Well, I said something similar earlier. Like, we survived this, and we didn't actually. Nope. Safe load downhill doesn't take that much time. Terrain generation is quite rangier. They really set the terrain generation once down completely, and this was just surreal, because terrain at a certain speed more or less generated just a few dozen meters in front of the car, and you have no idea if you're driving up a hill or or if you will remain in plains for the next, I don't know, few 100 meters. But it still generated mountains, so didn't help in that regard. This looks undesirable. Again, move my window. Okay, technically, under ideal circumstances, I would now need half an hour to get to the 1000 kilometer line, which still would be record, but we don't have ideal circumstances. Not at all. We have mountains. And we have weird mountains that don't want me to see where the road goes. Okay, dodged it. Walk on the street be like, dodge this. I don't like this. Okay. Shit. Let's jump a bit. Okay, we can lose speed again. No jumps, no jumping. Oh, no. Okay. On the road again. I don't like uphill. But if you consider about half an hour lost per 1000 kilometers. Still a decent time. Yep, looks mountainous to me. Nope, this won't be an 1000 kilometer red record. It's even going up more. Why? just will take a couple of hours more to climb this hill, mountain, whatever, I guess. Gaining a little bit of more speed again. It's going to be again, or am I safe from a little bit downhill? Don't flip on me. That looks rather nice, what I see in front of them. Oops. Thank God there's no water on tiles. Or on any parts for that matter. Make the game probably more funny, but speedrunning not so much. Okay. Hitting it again. See you, Mr. Stone. Guess no. At this point it's totally out of the question. No way repeating 1000 in 22 minutes. Shit. Oops. If I'm so silent, I'm a little bit concentrating. It's not my favorite terrain to drive, even if it's fast. Nice. Quite. I hope it goes. Okay, that was not an issue. We can still off-road. Car doesn't not perform so good if the terrain is bumpy. Makes control difficult. Circumstances, and I don't see much of an inclination in front of us. 20 minutes perhaps for the first 1k, which should actually be 1m. A kilometer is already 1000 meters, so a mega meter? I don't know. As long as we're not driving a gigameter. Which would actually also be a funny challenge, getting 1 million kilometers. I mean, it would only take around 6,000 hours of playtime. But in regards that, for example, GT New Horizon takes 2,000 hours of playtime. Not in the realm of impossibilities. But perhaps in the Shadow realm, in terms of how mad this idea is. Or even crazier. Walk 1 million kilometers per second. If it, I don't know, probably not a challenge, but just some, I don't know, running gag about drinking 1 million beer or 1 million bottles of beer. And I made a small calculation, and if you consider a 0.33 liter bottle to be 1 bottle of beer, you couldn't drink 1 million bottles in a lifetime. First, you'd probably die relatively fast because of alcohol poisoning, and even if you drank alcohol-free beer, and let's say you drink 5 liters of fluid each day, which would be 15 bottles of beer, times 360, 65 times... well, actually, divide 1 million by what you got and then how many years it will take, and nope, not a chance. Kilometers to go, which is a few minutes, more than 10 minutes. But it's still so damn close. Wait a second. I have 14 minutes. This still no. I don't think so. But it's damn close. I once joked a little bit by myself, why do we even count milliseconds? There's no way with this long speedruns milliseconds ever will make a difference. And while I'm calculating in my head how long it will take to go to 1000, it's really damn close. I don't think that it will be milliseconds close, but still. A little bit down here again as it looks, or no, it's plain. I really can't tell at night. We need perhaps a pilot's cockpit. So we see if we go downhill or uphill or whatever. What's this device anyway called? It shows you pitch. Is what actually is. This car is quite fast. Or we already left the don't spawn shit on me. Or we already left the hills biome, and because it's night I just haven't realized yet. It's still too bumpy for plains biome, so perhaps something in between? I don't know. Good, it will now take around, in ideal case, 10 minutes, which, holy shit, is really close. get one passage that goes downhill for quite a long stretch, we actually might beat it. I doubt it, but strange things are happening in this game. Do I already have it open? Because it really can't come down to seconds. Is it closer to 45 or 46? And yes, it's kind of stupid now to look on my phone. Okay, it's closer to 46, so there's actually a possibility. Do we go downhill a bit? Yeah, a little bit. A little bit more speed. Yep, 220, that's good. Are we going uphill again, are we? That's not good. We don't lose too much speed. It's getting that close. Thing is, driving 220, 210, 200 straight doesn't actually make that huge of a difference. It's just 300 meters for each duration, I think, per minute. And considering that we have a few seconds after 5:45 still left, getting close. Minutes. Wait, 26 minutes. Yes, 6 minutes. This might work actually. If now no bullshittery is happening. And I don't press the wrong button. As I said previously, not pressing reset, pressing split time would be nice. Oh wait, it doesn't matter actually that much because I already have split, so there will come a warning. Do you really want to reset? You have a time this time. Yeah. Okay, we have now about 6 minutes left to be on record. Okay, there was a bunny that just might have killed us. Things are happening in this game. I can't perform on this much adrenaline. Okay, 15 kilometers to go, which is less than 5 minutes. Come on, terrain. Oh, wait. You only have to do 11. 11 is a bit more than 3 minutes at standard cruising speed. No, Mr. Stone. Nine. It's getting the angle. 8. Anything funny here? 7. Should be 2 minutes. 6. 5. I don't have the speed, but it might be enough. Four. Oops. Stone and funny car. 3. We make it if nothing silly happens. 2. Such a ridiculously close. 1. Come on. No, it's Mr. Stone. We have gold here, so no disturbances allowed. Okay, and Got it. One minute off the world record. I'm just writing this in Discord and then I'm making a small break. 3, 3:40. Why the hell is it writing wrong? Damn caps lock. 44, 38.60. I can't write. Good. I'm right back. Okay, I have food. I will continue this drive now slowly, but I will mute my microphone because, well, sound and so on. Just a second, I'm still eating. Okay, I've refueled myself. Yep, 1 minute. Actually, I thought it wouldn't be enough, but the terrain generation was, well, nice this time. And I had, quite early in the run, a bit of a bad meeting with a rock on the road that instant killed me without any blood on my steering wheel. I don't know how or why, which lost me 15 minutes. Yeah, so it's a bit strange of a run. In some areas ridiculously lucky, in some other areas not so much. And I had for quite a while total flat terrain at some point, and I could use this to is this my oil lamp? I could use this to regain some lost time, but not that much. So yeah, looking forward to beat the next 1,000 kilometers in a similar way, fashion, whatever, time. Because if we continue at this pace, we should beat the 80% in under 30 hours, which would be quite desirable, because in that case I don't need sleep. Ideally, anything above 30 hours, I don't know if I can manage this. Well, technically I have coffee and since I don't drink any coffee or anything that has caffeine in it, I should be awake for a while. Is it healthy? Nah. Is it necessary? Nah. Not necessarily. But does it help? Yep. And I hope my back and neck won't hurt after 18 hours or so. But till now, it's actually a quite beautiful terrain that's generated. I had ridiculous luck finding tires, fuel, and I also have a V8, but I ain't using it. Yeah, I've read quite a bit on it, more from the biochemical view. I also have a bit of painkiller in case my neck or head or whatever hurts. And yes, this also have issues with going on the stomach and so on. But both of them are, yep, e-boost. Not hardcore painkillers, they're just, it's even prescription free, to be honest. At least in this dosage. Was actually called in English ibuprofen, in German, so ibuprofen? I don't know. It's not like I have morphine or something like that. This would be really ridiculous. Or what's also well, actually opium-derived painkiller would be quite heavy, so nah. Just some lame old pills with some good old Ebu. And I hope I find a normal piece of road where I can refuel my oil. Refuel my oil, I say it again. Oops. I don't know who's going to win, because while I'm perhaps faster in sprinting, so 100, 1000 kilometers, in terms of dexterity, that's another topic. My run I did, I had 9 hours of sleep in between, so I drove 2500 kilometers, 9 hours sleeping, and did the rest in one go. But that was a relatively bad strategy I used, so it used more time anyways. And this strategy, from the numbers I have currently, could be done in under 30 hours. But most of the time loss actually comes from the second half of the run, when safe load is a real pain. Because when you load and have a certain amount of kilometers already, the game loads the whole map at once, and this takes a lot of time. Last time I made it to the end, I had maximum I was called again. I forget it all the time. The distance where terrain and so on is generated. Distance draw. No, that was the other one. Anyway, I had this on max, and so it took between 4 and 5 minutes to load a save file from relatively close to the end. And this time I have brought this distance down in hopes that loading near the end of the road won't be this huge of a problem anymore. What just happened? Was it because of the inclination? Mike, is it better now? Oh, the engine. I can resolve that problem. Is it better now? Okay. Now I have OBS running on the second screen, so changes like that are no problem. I just have to move the cursor slightly and that's it. Of course I have to go out from the game, but I think in this category a few seconds are not really important. Crashing into a rock though and losing a quarter of an hour, it's important, especially if you want to make a new world record for the 1000 kilometer run at the same time, or more like a side quest. Yeah, especially if they make updates with a better terrain generation, so not these steep mountain roads or the inclination of the road changing suddenly, like it's a bit visible here on this road, or if there are better engines or better ways to make fast cars more stable and so on, then won't probably still matter that much, a few seconds, but it will be more important to focus. And while I was on the plain biome, I called it a Kaffeefahrt, just a relaxed, more or less slow drive. If you consider 210 kilometers slow, where you don't have to concentrate that much. But in mountains, it becomes difficult quite fast, especially downhill. But I really hope I get another plain biome like the last one. This was just, I don't know, 1.5 or 2 hours of stupid driving and not fearing any problems like mountains or rocks. Of course there were rocks on the road, but you see them from far, so they're not a huge problem. Shit. I think this might still... Yep. Far enough. And of course it's a bit boring always driving in planes because nothing happens, nothing can happen. But it's a goldmine in terms of saving time. I actually also could implement a tool where you can change suspension. So maybe the car won't bounce that much or more. I mean, if the Plymouth wouldn't be that unstable because it's always bouncing, it might just be a wonderful car for bus wheels, because it has such a large wheelbase, making it not turn over as fast. Wait. The sponge just floats while using the handbrake. Shit. This can be painful, but it won't. Get my back. I don't even understand what happened here. Get me out. Oh, was this again this 90-degree glitch? I think this 90-degree glitch is actually one of the two things that somewhat made an any percent much easier. First one being pallets and saddlebags and stuff. I actually don't want to drive so much off-road. Help man, pick me up. Tesla can. Is it? Oh, it's not that steep, so can manage that. Now at least I really can play better safe than sorry. Because now I don't have to break my own records. Except for the big one, but that's not an issue to break the record. Okay, back in business. I actually could change my playlist for once. Let's take this one. When I'm already driving rather slow, I also can change the music on my tablet. Still that slow. I mean, of course, my average speed can, in the end, be more or less anything, depending on how much mountains and plains are generated. So, I don't know if we are actually doing this trip in 30 hours or less, or if it takes us more or longer or whatever. Oh, it's going up. Okay. Sometimes the terrain generation is just weird. When are we finally going down again? It's going up behind there. Ah! But I hope this is the highest the mountain goes. just a little bit. Can actually remove this. And I think I really should check out the water next time I... Okay, now I need it. Oh, well, it's not that bad actually. But next time I refuel, I should also refuel, of course, refill my radiator. It really takes way less water than with the V8. This mountain is killing our average speed so much. But hopefully there's another plane coming. Safe. Range geology again. Okay, this was just a small one. Oops. So did this whole not using the engine use up just as much fuel as using the engine? Is fuel consumption calculated by driven distance while the engine is running, or... No, wait, it must be how much rotation you had, because with larger wheels the fuel consumption goes down. So this should have saved some fuel. A huge problem. I really can't see if it goes significantly downhill or uphill. Or it's just a me problem. Still manageable. Oops. But maybe, just maybe, it's getting a little bit flatter down there. Should be really nice. 2 hours again in the Boeing planes. Okay, and up again. That's not necessarily the most healthy thing. We lost something, didn't we? We did. Can we find it? Nope, too dark. Sleeping takes too much time. Found it. Or I could just change my screen settings so I see more in the dark. I still have the secondary lights. That's strange. Under any other circumstance, I probably would have lost them long ago. I mean, the primaries I still have in the basket, so they won't burn off at all. Except the whole grill falls off, but never seen that. Oh. There's some setting I have on my screen where I don't know how it's called again, because, well, I do not often find in my options or settings, and it brightens dark spots extra, so you see in games, especially in dark spaces more. It also reduces somewhat of the quality from the picture, because it all looks a bit grayish then, but especially in cases where you play dark games, it's helpful. But I don't really like the appearance if this is turned on. So, and even in this case, it's not often that I have this problem, that I have to search at night for my car parts. I mean, 50% of the time it's bright anyways because it's day, or it's full moon and then you also see something. And since I don't crash that often, well, at least compared to my other any percent, it's quite certain to find myself in the night searching for my tires or wheels or my gauges. And technically I don't even need my gauges anyway, because now I have my 1000 kilometers full, so technically I don't care anymore how far I've driven, since I'm anyway have to drive to the end of the road. So, but I still keep them just for the statistics. So I lost them quite early, I think, in my first run, and then I found a second Golf and used that gauge just to know how fast I am. Yeah. This might be nice terrain again, slowly. Yeah, definitely better than mountains. If you're lucky, it becomes hilly, and after that, again, plains. Good old plains. Like, not that plains in the sky, but terrain-wise. Oh, wait, no we don't. I just thought we already have quarter of the way, but no. This is a quarter of 4,500. Yes, it is. Can't talk anymore. 4,500. We only have to do 124 again to have quarter of the way, which will be interesting since we have this in about more than half an hour, if all goes smooth, meaning we would need 28 hours at this current average speed, which again might change a lot. So I'm quite happy with this seat. Actually 28 hours would be extremely nice, because the first and second run I did, I made a break at around 18 hours, I think it was. But when I'm at 18 hours and I'm still in the 3,000 kilometers, I probably have enough motivation to just keep going and going and going, because in the second half of the actually the only one that had a second half. This half took way longer than the first one, because doing another break in hopes that just around the corner the end might be. So you just keep going and going and going, and I can actually calculate. Wait, I can do it in my head actually. 18 hours makes plus 9 hours of sleep, 27. So, wait. It was again 18 hours. Okay, they probably were both. Oh no, it wasn't that way. It was both halves were 18 hours long. But after the second half, I did nothing but starting to edit my videos to load them up on YouTube. Which was a real pain in the ass, because I wanted my videos to load while I was asleep, so I don't waste any time. But there was a glitch. How was it? At a certain point, the video I played on the player showed the wrong time, which led to massive confusion for my format program. So I couldn't bring it in what does YouTube use, MP4 format? Something like that. Because the program always how's it called again? English. There was just an error message, a problem occurred, and I had to try an error for another 10 hours before it finally did what it had to do, and so I was well over 20 hours awake at this point, closer to 30 hours. And because of that, I think everything sub 30 hours is well possible without any sleep. Especially in regards, I didn't sleep well in these 9 hours. I still was quite tired when I wake up and made the second half. So waking up tired and working on your speedrun and on the recording for another 28 hours or so. Yeah. So I think it's possible, and in this case I didn't even drink any caffeine or something like that, or had any painkillers for my neck. But this time I'm prepared. And it seems the god of terrain generation also is somewhat prepared not to, well, waste us that much compared to last time. Okay. I really think some group should try out to beat this game in less than 24 hours. It should actually be possible. A driver want to refill water and oil and want to refuel fuel. And if everyone at some point can use this saddlebag pallet trick, they can also be taken up that much more fuel right in the beginning, and then it's just driving and driving and driving and driving and hopefully not crashing. When do we even have to refuel? Anyways, just looks like we have a bit over half full of tank. And we had to refuel first time at 700 and what was it? 730? So we should still have around 300 kilometers, so 1.5 hours. And hopefully the oil will suffice till then. We definitely have to rebuild the oil tank once, but I don't think I have much in my canister left. And I hope we can drive on the oil reserves without losing much engine performance, so we can do everything at once again in terms of refilling, and I might also refill water this time. And this should suffice for the next 700-ish kilometers, which means we have to refuel around the 2000 kilometers mark, and then again around the 2700, and so on. And I hope that I really have 300 liters of fuel, minus 40 I already burned, so I can refuel 6.5 times, which actually should be enough. I've calculated this actually. I need to refuel 7 times, and the 7th time not completely full. So if I still have enough fuel to refuel 6 times, and I already have 2 times refilled, or well, refilled at the start when I got no fuel, and again at 700 somewhat kilometers, then I only need to refuel 5 times, which requires 200 liters of fuel, or 450 liter barrels of gas. And I have more than 4 barrels. Not every barrel has 15 liters in it, and not every barrel is pure fuel, but most of them are pure fuel. This should actually suffice. And I thought I'd have to go into 2 ships at least. Well, this ship I was in was strange anyway, so it's close again. And I think in 1.5 hours, when it's 10 o'clock, I have to reduce my speaking volume again a bit in order not to annoy my roommates, or flatmates actually. We don't share rooms. But if this storm would... Shit. Oops. What am I doing? Holy shit. Nice catch. Nice. What are you doing, car? Where was I? But when our storms actually were, or did offer rooms for more than 1 person, quite a lot of issues would be resolved, and quite a lot of issues would come again, because we have an extremely, or with not enough living space around here, so It looks like that we have now lost 1 hour to our baseline, more or less. Perhaps a bit less. And I should have this in mind. Wait, here 1 hour for... I lose 1 hour for each 12,000 kilometers. I should still make it in 30 hours. If our baseline is 200 kilometers an hour average speed, which we don't have, but it's nice to calculate with this number. Well, technically it's even better to calculate with 180 or 210 kilometers an hour, because you can devise those numbers really pretty by 60 and know your speed per minute, or distance per minute, not speed per minute. No, this would be acceleration. Don't like rocks on the road. Well, technically I don't like rocks in general, so I'm not a geology main. But actually, when I was young, I had quite a lot of books on not ordinary rocks, but more on gems and so on. And I actually had quite a lot of gems, like quartz crystals and so on, because I thought they looked nice. I just thought there might be a UFO coming, but we still hadn't even run. But it's just the horizon getting dark. Yeah, it's working. Well, last time I said this should work, we should survive this, I died immediately. Is there the slight possibility that this game is linked to my microphone and it just captures every time I'm hopeful and joyful and so on, and it simply tries to destroy this joy immediately? Hello, I want to go up there again. I miss my road. Are we now driving up or downhill? Uphill. Okay. Now downhill? I have absolutely no orientation in terms of elevation and so on. OBS still is doing well. Which wonders me somehow. I didn't think my internet connection would hold up so long and so stable. But okay, I guess we live in the 21st century, finally. I guess we will not make it to 1250 to the 7-hour mark. But we are in mountains, so time lost here may perhaps come back in flat terrain. And when we are at, I don't know, 2,000 somewhat kilometers or 3,000 kilometers and I'm starting to get tired, I should change my playlist again to something faster. I mean, first off I had the idea to play classical music in the radio, but the game didn't handle music that well. It always had some freezes when changing tracks, so I didn't do that. And of course, because I may have more sleeping issues when there's some slow, calming music in my radio. I mean, of course, I could have switched to Chat Till You Die or something like that, but yeah. Twitch for some reason last time muted some portions of the VOD, and I have no idea why, because the same tracks that I have played in this time played at another point, and Twitch didn't have any issues with that. Someone said once it could be caused from the wind sound, and that is maybe copyrighted, but why? I don't know. Can we finally get down the mountain? And can we finally have day again? Or at least a moon? Or did I... Maybe I have turned the moon off, and that's why it's so dark the whole time. And it sounds like me, to be honest, because turning off settings, not knowing what it actually does, yeah, that sounds like what I would do. Graphics? We don't need graphics. Why is my game black? Okay, it's not that bad, but still. It's not that steep yet. If the drop stone would have been bigger, I would have a huge problem. And hit it again. And up that mountain. I must say I'm getting rather comfortable now, slowly driving in mountains. This wasn't the case last time. Is it because of all this test running, or is it just because I have another engine? Do we get flat terrain, or does it just look like it is flat and will remain flat? Does a plane terrain anyway always have the same baseline in terms of altitude, or is altitude completely random? Like you could technically drive for 1,000 kilometers downhill or uphill, and there's no limit and nothing. Damn rabbits. And again, this T-post antenna. This antenna has scared me for the last time. Yep, it looks kind of flat up there. Good. Which means we might have again, or a bit, a relaxing part of the road. And hopefully just as long as last time. This wasn't a road. It's just this grey spot over there. It goes downhill. Oh, I don't like this at all. I could actually implement some off-road vehicles, or at least off-road tires or wheels and so on, or just some mechanic that cars behave better when they're not on the road. Technically they in fact do behave slightly better in terms of bumping, I think, when you have larger wheels, but again makes turning more impossible. Turning without flipping, at least. Just realized there's a song in my playlist that does not fit in the playlist, but it's a welcome one. I'm here again. have I in this one actually already crushed a bunny or not? I mean, we already had a bridge building with the bus spawning across the road, but I did not drive in it. Did we also have our bunny? There are some things, they just have to be in a run. to please the gods of long driving, I don't know. Good. We should come out in ideal case short of 7 hours and 15 minutes for our quarter mark of the road total. Should still be below 30 hours, making this one still quite good and still doable without sleep. At least if we come down from this mountain at some point. It's going up again! Why? Do not understand. Oh, never mind. It stays flat. Actually, oh no, 15 seems right. I mean, if we make quarter of the road at 7:30, it would be exactly 30 hours in total, at least average speed wise. And of course, average speed, we are in the mountains, so we anyway have lost a few minutes and we can make them back in flat terrain and so on. But still, probably should be possible in less than 30. But if it's short enough, I really have to, not by completely staring at it at normal speed, but in double speed and more listening to it while doing something else, count how many times I crashed. I had 2 bloody crashes so far, and 1 that killed me instantly. So, whoops. Make it 3. And hopefully nothing goes inside that rock before it spawns. Does it look like that? 3 tires lost. That's record. And a bummer, but I don't need that one. Good. I need that, perhaps. Where is it? There. Well, technically I don't need this in particular, but nice to know how fast I am. Hopefully that's now on the flatter terrain. And I think I can use the sponge 2 times, but I have 1 sponge on my pallets. So maybe it would be a good idea to stop at a diner and get some new ones or some polish. That's an extremely sneaky rock. Okay, in some way it's also my bad because I could have also driven left of it. But when the big ones spawn directly on the road, it's normally not that great. Especially in this terrain, where you cannot go that far off-road. Ready. Still manageable at this elevation. Goes a little bit up again and again. This part of the road is more or less... not exactly. Earlier described what would happen if you had a road that has a slight inclination, not enough to really change total speed, but that gives you elevation over time a little bit, and then you just have a drop to maximize your top speed, or I don't know how long. It should in total give you a higher overall average speed, which of course makes not extremely much sense, but I don't know how this game works in terms of top speed and change of altitude. I see there's a message coming in on Discord. During the break I actually put the chat from Discord below the long drive window, so at least I see what's happening there, even if I can't write simultaneously. But actually I could use my tablet, but I had to log in and I don't know my password for Discord completely, so yeah, can't do that fast. Or with my phone. Strangely enough, oh, okay, seems like we are alone in the race. Just got a message. His strategy seems not to be suitable from last time. And it's not a permission for me to slow down though. Yeah. still want to beat my own record, so... And he don't want to be easy like last time on him. Huh? We will see. Okay then. Just answer this. But actually his strategy wasn't that bad. I mean, it's basically the same strategy I used. Well, of course I haven't seen what exactly he's done. But when he really used the strategy he used last time, and I've seen last time, it's not that much different from my old strategy. Except that he used a golf and not a caddy, so he was limited in terms of how much fuel he can take with him. But he had still white wall tires and a Plymouth engine, so technically that's not a bad strategy. It's actually faster than my strategy currently. Okay, technically it depends. Oh well, I can't see. Chat now? Okay. And we are more or less soon coming to a quarter of the whole track. It's 7 hours and 15 minutes, more or less. Meaning, if we don't make any mistakes, and we will make mistakes, we should come out in under 30 hours. Which was actually more or less the target of my last speedrun attempt. Before it died because of bad terrain generation, audio issues and so on. Yeah, but the strategy was Golf engine and 4 big ones, 4 bus wheels. Bad idea. Extremely fast, over 300 kilometers an hour in the plains. Steering difficult, not impossible, but uphill dead slow. Not enough power, not enough torque. And downhills, it just flipped in every direction. So, would be nice to beat it this time. Though, if I don't make, again, instant death mistakes, I can't even shave off from the average speed. Actually half an hour, if I'm ridiculously lucky. Because the second half of them is from starting conditions anyway, so if all goes smooth and I somehow get really 200 kilometers an hour on average, it would be a bit less than 20 hours to go. 19 hours, even less than that. So, but of course, this is not probable. Now, is this again downhill terrain or what is it? Yeah, it seems like downhill slightly. Don't spawn any, I said don't spawn any funny things in front of me. Oops. No, turn. You can't press escape right now. I have a glass in my hand. If at any point of time it becomes medically feasible to put more arms and hands on my body, I need it. I can't eat, have a hand on my mouse, finger on the escape button, fingers to steer my car, and a hand free to drink something at the same time. I need more hands. I have to mutate to, I don't know, something that looks like Shiva or something like that. I actually had a conversation with someone in terms of how much work you can do if you had more hands. Problem was, what is if work grows exponentially grows proportionately to your number of hands? Then you have gained nothing, just more work. Okay, we are on the quarter mark. We are at the quarter mark for some minutes actually. Good. Then let's see what's in this one for us for the next maybe quarters. Oh, okay. We have a moon. I have not turned off the moon. It's also a bit of a funny story. On our university there was a seminar, it was I think about light pollution. Yes, it was definitely about light pollution, but I don't know if it was a seminar or something else. I didn't visit it, but it was more for how birds and so on in cities, but also humans, react to artificial light sources, how this changes our sleeping behavior and so on. And I just thought, and what about our astrophysicists? They get really depressed if they can't see stars because it's too light polluted. This was promptly my own thought to this topic, because we actually have a telescope near of the city, but it's actually for the sun, not for stars. So again, stone. Is this again bridge building? Bridge building. And don't do it. No, it doesn't. Good. Already had my finger on escape. But thankfully, garages and bridge buildings have a red light. Oh, another ship. Should the oil light go on any moment now? Or have I again calculated something wrong in my head? Okay, terrain doesn't look that bad in the sunlight. You can call it that way. In the dawn of the day. Is there actually in English a name for this kind of light? Now thinking I might... should I... could change my break schedule to one break each quarter now. I mean, I have food here, I have to drink here, so it would be possible. Would it save me any time? Not really. Wait. No, actually I saved one break. I think that's a stupid strategy. I just make a break when I need one. Okay, I think this was again... No, not yet. Right. Yes, we do. It's faster. I hope it... Actually, yep. That was again the rear left wheel, was it? Yep. Don't know why it does stuff like that, but it does stuff like that. But now I don't mind it much about having to reload often. I actually do, but not that much. Since you already beat the 1,000 kilometer run. So there's nothing more to do than just drive down the road rather relaxed. Think when I'm at the 10-hour mark and I only have 1500 kilometers. This run is just as, well, good or bad or whatever, like my last attempt, which had this horrible strategy. And that would be really strange. I mean, of course, I don't think I had this loss of 15 minutes or something similar, but a lot more of reloading. But I think I might just be a little bit faster. So it's just 9.5 hours for 1500. Huh. Oh, we will see it. I mean, if we have again a large plane, we can grind down on the hammer again a bit and bring up our average speed. So, whatever. Again, close. Do I again have no... Oh, okay, I have audio. Just thought to myself, is the audio setup again somewhat broken? I can't hear my music. It looks like we actually make 1500 at... Wait. Bullshit. 1500 at 8.5 hours in. That's a big difference compared to last time. That's 1.5 hour less time. And 8.5. Actually a good time. Huh. I don't know. Could actually come out. Well, I don't want to make large calculations again. They won't be right anyway, but theoretically could be at a 10-hour mark, extremely close to 2000 kilometers. Not exactly, still a lot to go, but quite close, so that only in 11 hours, or at the 11-hour mark, we could have theoretically 2K. And this would be awesome, because then we are at half an hour lost per 1000 kilometers. And that would be quite nice. Would relate to 27.5 hours total time. Of course, that's all just guessing and calculating with numbers. Only time will tell how far we actually come in a given time. And God of the long drive terrain generation. Woohoo! 1,300. 1 hour, 215. Yep. And hopefully 1 hour in such a beautiful terrain like this, or even better, even flatter terrain. Be nice. Of course we will have a small defect again, because we have to refuel once. But that's not a huge deal. But compared to the last runs, this world is just beautiful. Okay, it has mountains, quite steep mountains, but these plains in between and slight hill biomes. Nice. I like it very much. So, wasn't a bad idea at all to change to just one biome. I guess I would have become mad in the desert quite fast. With all these cacti pieces in my car and so on. It's anyway kind of funny. You can survive in this game in the desert the best because you can't run out of water. Since every piece of cactus has some water in it, while in this green biome or in a snow biome, ironically in a snow biome, you can die of thirst more easily. Somehow missed this, what was it called, Christmas update with the mutated snowman. They also could implement a mode where they are back. I did actually a while ago, not a speedrun, but just a drive in this older version, just to check out how the game behaves. It behaves terrible. Glitched out multiple times. Was quite unstable. But the idea of snowman hunting you actively, not that bad actually, in my opinion. The only thing that was bad designed, you could use a bus, and the bus used diesel, but the only way you get diesel is by shooting off cooking pots of snowmen. But since they are the wrong direction, you can't get fast enough to this cooking pot before all the diesel runs out. So quite complicated to get on your hands on diesel, and the bus is the vehicle with the most thirsty engine ever. Yeah, I know, he wrote it on Discord. He said his strategy is not good. Or what was it? I'm pulling out of the race. I clearly can't use the same method as last time, plus I can't stop crashing down on downhill. Yeah. But I personally, what is happening there? Personally, I also used the strategy once, or not exactly the same strategy, but it's basically similar. And it's actually not that bad, I think. But if the terrain generation is not good and you have a lot of mountains, that's most of the time what breaks a run or not. So, yeah. I was quite lucky with my seed, so I have again a beautiful lane. Funnily enough, he actually used strategies in his last run in terms of driving downhill. I used in this one actually, for example, using the handbrake instead of pushing backwards or a more slight deceleration. So, yeah. And also, who was it? I think it was the one that did the last world record in 1000 km/h. So the one before I did the world record. He had the idea, instead of using Golf, V8 and white walls, to reuse the what's it called again? This truck where you can load cars on it, and putting bus wheels on this one. Shit. Okay. 90 degrees bug saved us. And a V8 engine. And because it is such a long car, it has an extremely large turning radius, which means steering with bus wheels becomes relatively easy, while still having average speed, the average top speed of 240, I think it was, which is great, especially if you think about the gearbox ratio and the power of the V8. You actually also have uphills, quite good speeds. Main problem is you need 6 bus wheels to build this car, the Plymouth engine, and you start with one of the slowest vehicles in the game, which means that you need quite a lot of time finding the missing parts to make this car, this is a Golf, no it wasn't, actually feasible. And that's the main issue. If you have a good seed and good luck, you can find these parts relatively fast. If not, you have a problem. And I mean, in this one, I found the V8 relatively late compared to my test runs. Okay, didn't make much difference because I still haven't used the V8 once, so... But if you rely on parts and you have a small car to begin with, that can be quite troublesome in the beginning. Just realize, if we keep up, and I hope we keep up with our current speed, we should make 3000 kilometers at 17 hours in. Meaning that I have 500 kilometers more compared to my first, or the one that actually made it to the end, and still have 1 hour to spare, making it more like 700 kilometers more in the same time. I like this. Question is only, will I make a sleeping break or not? And I hope I can make it without any. Staying awake 18 hours, absolutely no issue. Done that more than enough times, most of the time, not willingly. And I also had actually days where I was awake for over 30 hours, so technically possible, but in each instant I never had to drive a virtual metal box down a road for 5,000 kilometers, so yeah, we will see how well this will go. Okay, just have to pull off these in-ear headphones. They start to, whoops, hurt. And there's not much sound anyway coming from the game. And as long as OBS records the game sound, and it does, I'm happy. Now I even can enjoy my music more from my over-ear headphones, now that it comes unfiltered. Oops, bunnies again. It's kind of strange. It doesn't feel like I'm more or less 8 hours driving. Time flies. And I even don't have as much of neck issues and back issues this time, because I'm... Okay, you just can't imagine this, because it looks pretty funny actually, I think. I'm just like a snake, moving the whole time, my back and my neck and so on. Just to keep it a bit moving, so it does not get stiff or something like that. Which actually helps. Somewhat. Not completely, but better than doing nothing. Okay, this will be close. Well, no way I'm going to make that. Okay, it's already another minute or so that flew right out of the window. Doesn't matter that much actually. I'm happy if I break my old record, so more than enough time that I can throw out of the window. Though we still have quite a good time, so. One thing I just realized, now that I don't have my in-ear headphones on, I can't really hear what I'm talking. Because I'm not monitoring what I say, so genius. That doesn't matter that much. I think at around... Wait a second, I still don't have the correct time anyways. Okay, it's 10 o'clock in 4 minutes, and I think then I will again mute myself for a few minutes and open the windows just to get a bit of fresh air in here. I think I have depleted all of my oxygen in this room. I'm currently running on nitrogen and hot air, I don't know. So, and at 10 o'clock I also should start speak a bit no, I already forgot the English word then. Not so loud at least. So no one will get annoyed. Whoops. Well, how long is actually my recording? 8 hours and something, so there's... and when I'm changing... Whoops. When I'm opening a window, I will probably also reset my clock to normal time. So I know when I can be loud again. Well, technically, I'm allowed to suicidal bunnies again on the side of the road. Technically, I'm allowed to have conversation, or what was it? I can do whatever I want at night, but it has to be maximum as loud as a normal conversation. So, and technically, this is a conversation, so I could just continue to speak in this microphone as I did the whole time. And no one should be bothered. And it's weekend, by the way, so... Technically, no one should care. Well, on the other hand, I live in Germany. And if someone does not behave to the rules, everyone is pissed. No matter if they know you, no matter if they're near you, everyone is pissed, it seems. So, you have to stick to the rules. Germany in a nutshell. Oops. And I see we officially are in flat terrain. I didn't even realize it till now. That it's become really flat. I like it. Good. In this case, I'm just opening the window and muting myself for, I think I set a timer for 10 minutes or something like that, and I need oil. Whoops. Nice timing. Is this the right one? Yeah, it should be. I will set a timer for 10 minutes and then I will close the windows again and unmute myself, but till then I'm muting the microphone. Oh, till 10. Okay. I have oxygen again in my room, so I can talk a little bit again. The window is closed up, so but I won't talk as loud as before. So yeah. Had a few near crashes the last minutes, so maybe I should also tweak this a little. This action, so good. I hope I'm still loud enough so you can hear me. If not, yeah, just write it in the chat. So can't solve problems I don't know they exist, so oops. Again, leaving this plains biome or happening? I don't want it to be over. But it seems like it is. Yeah, it's going slightly uphill. I think I know what's different. I think I have turned off stars. If that's a thing. And that's why the sky appears so dark in the night. Again, I could turn on a light in my room because it's also getting dark inside here. Actually, it's quite dark since a few hours, so yeah, that's better. But now my screen is not bright enough. Second. Yep, that's better. But this does not change. No, this does not change how the picture looks like on the recording or on stream. spawn any funny bus stop. Get back up there. Okay. Oh, it's going downhill again slightly, and I see mountains again. Ugh. Don't like this. Just want planes. So I don't have to complain. And we have to refuel rather soon. Then again after 2000 kilometers, which should be in what? Two-ish hours. Three hours? I don't know. Math.exe stopped working. Instead, not uphill. Don't want it. Want planes. How is my engine doing stuff because there's not enough oil? Looks fine to me. I'm not a car mechanic, but it's oil inside, so this must be enough oil. is going up for a while, it seems. Just realized it's again a red Golf. Except for the 100 kilometers per cent, it's been always a red Golf. Every time I break a record, red Golf. Except for the 100%. And perhaps that's because I don't know if I even can break my old record. Because, well, I actually had to save load 2 times, I think, so there's still the possibility to shave off a few seconds, but it's already quite fast. So it would be nice to have all 3 of those world records back. And if I could manage to somehow get 1 or 2 people together for a swap percent. However, I have no idea how this whole thing works with sharing the save file and how it's done with the stream. So that it's always the same recording but different people. I don't know. Does it count as switch percent if I have a flatmate push on my W key for 2 seconds and I drive the rest by myself? I mean, I didn't drive the whole road alone. Few meters were driven by someone else. Does this count? This idea is again so stupid. I'm already planning on how to make too much stupid ideas. And that's what I've talked about earlier in the stream. I hate bridge buildings. Obi is also still doing well. And I could again change my playlist. Why do they get old so fast, yet they actually take quite a time until they repeat? Suicidal bunnies again. Good. Now, do we go down again or do we have planes again? goes. Not too steep, not too fast. And boom, crash. This mountain segment actually is not that wide, I think, compared to the first and second. But we're not through with it. So we again lost a few minutes, but it doesn't matter as much now that we have 1000. This was again our beloved wheel of the road. That was strange. Taking a smooth flight. Was close. I don't like rocks close. It's somehow eerie to me. I have only grassland biome on, yet I see desert colors. What is that? What is happening? Oh, that's happening. It's really a strange mountain biome. As steep as the last one were. I mean, okay, the terrain generation is still it's a bit slow. Okay, fair enough, but still it's more like some intermediate between hills and mountains. I mean, it's still steep enough to annoy me, but not that terrible compared to the real high mountains. Don't wanna go off-road. Just wanna pick up those headphones. Got him. game again doing things. And up that hill. That's annoying. Do we land? The god of great angles saved us again. At some point we also have to consider if we take a crash or save load. At some point it's less time spent building or repairing the car instead of save loading. But with our rate of crashing, shouldn't be an issue as large as last time. Okay, this may be saved by 90 degrees bug happening in this game. Guess these mountains have fallen quite a few minutes from us. It's no way to survive this. Yeah, it's going to take some time. Now where was I? Time. 2 minutes. 15. 4 minutes. 4 minutes lost in these mountains. Which is still better than what the first 1000 kilometers took. I mean, if we go out with 2000 kilometers and we don't have used calculating 11.5 hours, we made it fast. So and we have rather good time till now, so shit. What's happening? mean, I'm still 1.5 hours faster than last time, meaning the third attempt, the one between world record and this one. So I've lost something. Damn it. I hate it when this happens. When it's crashing just because of terrain, not because of actually something being in the way. Oh. And I hope I've... No, I see it. Don't need this. Just need this. While I'm here. We anyway need to stop and refuel, so can't do it right now. Is the full one? It is not particularly full, but full enough for what I need. Hold that. I hope it will suffice to get down to 4% of oil content, but looks great so far. Yep, should suffice. Yep, wonderful. With this we should make it with no issues to 2K, even beyond. Should it make to 2 point... I again did not feel still enough. Yeah, we should make it to about 2200 and something, meaning the next filling. Yep. I actually use this quite a lot in the 1000%. I only stored 2 barrels and first was it a jerry can in my pocket, but of course you can also store 2 pellets in your pocket, 2 fully loaded pellets, and by flipping the items you make it basically weightless, meaning you can store more than enough fuel for the whole trip in your pocket and have no additional weight or progressive weight distribution in your car, on your body, or somewhat in that range. I didn't use it though in the first any percent record because I simply didn't knew that this was possible. But it's a nice little trick, and I think the developers simply didn't thought that someone came up with the idea to take a saddlebag you can store in your inventory and put a pellet in it. and put stuff on a pallet. I need that one. Okay, I don't, but I want it. I hate it when stones just appear. Oops. And I hate it when my headphones want to fly off my head. This will cost time again, but doesn't matter that much. Oh, we actually don't have all the lights. Don't tell me I'm stuck. I hate this terrain generation. No. Good. Back up the hill. Losing quite a lot of time. Well, actually a minute or so. What's my gearbox doing? Good, we are 9 minutes off schedule. Which means 9 minutes off the schedule, which is off the schedule. I'm still, or well, already missing my planes. Again, sneaky stones. Not jumping. Jumping is not allowed. Sneaky stone. sneaky stones and sneaky buses spawning. Hey, we have 1,500. And up again. Peeking through the mountain a bit. Hoping I've seen planes. When will it end? Don't want mountains. I just want planes. What? Looking forward to see stones? Nah. We are. Oh, no, not. Damn rabbits again. Okay, rabbit had mercy. microphone exception. No, just have to get up this road again. Nailed it. Down it goes again. And up again. Weird, but I take it. I've lost nothing except for our speed, which I can build up again since we're driving downhill. Right. What beneath the road? Road builders, may I ask what is happening here? Pause again. It's again. Okay, don't know what's happening there. But that's crash number 5. And my sponge should be useless now. Things are happening again. Good. I fear my gauges are not recoverable. That's bad. Oh, wait. One's up there. The right one? Nope, it is not. But that's the other one. Good. In that case, I don't mind. Can we load it just all up here? We can. Would you mind? Not you. You're useless. Taking you with me anyway. As a present for Mom. Look, Mom, I got your new engine. It gobbles up twice the amount of fuel your normal engine does. And it's not even that great. these circumstances, we should actually will come out 11 hours and a half for the 2000, which is exactly double for the same time I used for the first 1000. Wait, no, is it? It is, yes. 5 3/4 times 2. No, wait. It will be 11 and 15 minutes. It's 15 minutes less in the ideal case. And we all know there's no ideal case in reality. Generation again at its best. Still don't know what the hell is going on with the road here. But I hope they fix it in the next update. By the way, don't I have... Yeah. Food, please. Oh. This might end well. And I think we have the mountain behind us and are now in a hills biome again. Hoping for a plane. No, that's not my mouse. Still hoping for. We lost something important. Save load still working in a decent time at least. Slide detour. Even bigger detour. Slower, perhaps. And back on the road again. That's a strange mountain. Lost something? Nope. Wonderful. Still don't like jumps. Not even jump scares from rabbits spawning right on the road. Don't like these, don't need these. And I say earlier we don't have mountains in our hills biome. I lied. Oh, come on, mountain. Don't be so high. Huh. I think the mountain base. Ugh. That's not gonna end well. Nope, not at all. Ladies and gentlemen, a mountain that still tries to kill me. better again, or... Nah, still healy. Maybe 2 hours to 2000 kilometers. If all went well, which it will not. Shit. Critical damage. Okay, where's the... Oh! Found it again! Where the hell was it? Now the question is, and that's the more important question, where the hell is my wheel? That does not look good. This will cost time. Such a new one.